Good evening. Is that proper? Can you hear me? I'd like to welcome you all to the workshop, August 3rd, 2020. First on the agenda here is housing growth discussion. We have Eric Cousins and Justin Poyer. Justin's a new employee down at Economic Development. If you could just take a second and maybe introduce yourself, that'd be great, so the council gets to know you. And then Michael Chaming's the Director of Economic Community Development as well.
My name is Justin Poyer. I'm the new Urban Development Specialist in the department downstairs. I came here, my most recent job was I was the Director of Property Tax for the state. And before that, I did community development activities for the city of Bath for a few years.
Very well, Justin, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming over. And Mr. Cousins, I'm going to turn it over to you right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is the first part of a discussion. We want to start with the council on housing growth. We haven't taken the time really to put together all of the information that would be necessary to make informed decisions about the topics that we want to kind of talk about tonight. We want to know that it's something that you want to do before we dedicate the resources to that. And I think we can get some initial feedback tonight and plan on coming back to you for a couple more meetings before you make any final decisions. Why are we having this conversation? Right now, demand for houses is very high. There's very little on the market. There's a lot of new construction happening here in Auburn. We're seeing a lot of people move here from out of town. Available workforce is limited. As an example, Moore and Brick recently, we were working with them on a project, and they feel that they're not selling as much brick as they could because the masons that install the brick can't find help. So, they're able to find help, but there is a shortage of workforce for doing a lot of the jobs that we need in order to grow the city. We think that the ability to work from home is likely to increase the demand from Southern Maine employees, people employed a little further away than they might consider Auburn for commuting, but if they only have to do it a day or two a week or not at all, I think we have an opportunity to attract people in positions that are allowed to do that. Upward mobility and access to all types of housing. We've added, we'll talk a little bit about what we've added for single-family homes, but we've added a lot of multifamily homes. And really what's hard to find right now is the entry-level single-family homes. There's really not much on the market. I think we do need to create some opportunity for those, as well as all other types of housing. The strategic and comprehensive plan both lay out goals that include attracting residents, having varied housing, all types of housing available, and providing quality housing for people. Our downtown viability, part of the challenge is that there are not enough people to support the businesses down here. I think we need to look at housing options downtown, as well as the surrounding areas that could be customers for businesses in the downtown. The sales have been very good. We'll talk a little bit about how that compares to the construction costs. And capacity in our services and in our schools is something that we're looking at to see what level of housing we could accommodate without creating large incremental costs that may offset any revenues from the taxes. But we want to make sure that we're utilizing everything that we have most efficiently, and I think we do have room to add housing and still be able to do that. Justin's going to talk a little bit about the numbers over the last 5 years.
So we went through the assessing data to look at the number of units from 2015 and then compare that to the units in 2020. And you'll see on the list there's a gain of 51 single-family residences, and there's a fairly large gain in the 9+ family apartment buildings. What you have to keep in mind when you're looking at these numbers is there were also 72 demolitions in the single-family residences, so you really have to add those two together. It's a net 51 plus. So I think that's 123 new single-family residences. And you can see that we've lost some of the smaller multifamilies, which I was kind of surprised about. I think you were too, Eric, when we started seeing the numbers. Lost 18 two-family. But the gains really were in single-family and on the 9+ family units. The 9+ category has 3 buildings that were 12 units each. So that's a big chunk of that number. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on there?
Just, we also permitted 2 more 12-unit buildings in the month of July, just this past month. So we're still seeing a lot of additional multifamily units. We're expecting 36 more during the month of August on North River Road. So we're seeing strong demand and they're filling up. I know on Grace Lawn, all the units are spoken for before they start the next building. There's people signing leases ahead of time, anticipating that next building, so it's been very strong. During that time frame, we averaged about 24 units per year of single-family homes. This past year was 23 units, so we're right on target with that, but we're building out a lot of new homes right now. I don't think there's a shortage of lots currently, but I think we want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position where the demand's there and we just don't have the product that people desire if we want to grow Auburn. Looking at the new residential units just in the past year, and this is June of 19 to June 30th of 20. These are individual single-family homes where we happen to have the permit, the assessed value as of April 1st, and a recent sale to compare those numbers. So in the first example, the permit value declared was higher than assessed value, but less than sales price. On average, I think people generally underestimate their permit value, or a lot of people do, thinking that it'll help them with their taxes later. But you can see here that the permit value really doesn't have a lot to do with the actual assessed value or the sales price in a lot of cases. That's more market driven and compared to other units that are like it and what they're selling for. But you can see that in almost every case here, the sales prices were substantially higher than the assessed value, so that may be a trend. I know the assessor's watching that, and you may see that values are growing during this time. If that continues to be a trend in those neighborhoods, then obviously people are now willing to pay more for those houses in those particular neighborhoods. I think it's a good sign that people are making money building houses in Auburn, where the sales prices are coming in so much higher than the construction cost and the assessed value.
Can I ask a question just about the graph? What does single family 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mean?
So we didn't want to, it's all public information. If somebody wants it, they can get it. We just didn't want to publicize the address of each home.
Those are individual homes.
Those are individual real properties, real sales data. So we just thought for this discussion it wasn't important to know exactly where they are.
Okay, thank you.
We have opportunities for growth within existing residential areas. These are some options that could create opportunities for additional house lots. Back lots is something that the council and planning board have talked a little bit about. The planning board had concerns, especially in rural areas, for back lots, but I think it's something that if we were designating areas where we want to see more growth, it allows you to look at house lots more on a density basis than a frontage basis. So house lots that have the minimum frontage, but they have excess land area. This would allow you to create an additional lot on those without creating new roadways and without requiring the total frontage to be double that of a single lot. Most of our residential zones don't allow for a second principal structure. Most of our zones allow for duplex units. Most of our traditionally single-family home zones do allow for a second unit, but they have to be attached to the house. We've seen a lot of requests and had to say no recently for people that would like to place a second unit. Maybe it's a tiny home, maybe it's a cottage unit, maybe it's for a family member or rental income, but that's something that there is certainly demand for. It does allow for an extra unit, extra value on the lot without creating the need for new roadways. So we think that could be a good option for certain areas where you want to increase the density. Tiny homes or small homes. Tiny homes are really popular right now. We receive a lot of calls. They can be challenging from the sense that if they're registered vehicles, they're not taxable. So you have, residents moving in that are not paying their share for services and taxes that place a burden potentially on the existing taxpayers. One way to deal with that is more of small homes rather than the traditional tiny homes on wheels, you could allow for smaller homes, but they would have to be on a full foundation and be a permanent fixture, and still have the tax revenues from that to help pay for the services that they demand. Cottage units, similar idea. They're permanent structures, typically smaller than the average single-family home. And accessory dwelling units, as far as temporary dwelling units for a family member or something like that, that might be another way to allow for some increase in zones where their lot size is not large enough to do a true traditional duplex. This is just an example that was used in the backlot discussion by the planning board. You have a parcel with 420 feet of road frontage, 325 feet is the minimum, so they can't split this lot, but they have 58 acres and certainly have enough land area to accommodate another house, just not enough road frontage. It's also noted here that 2 families are not allowed in the low-density country. That's our only residential zone that doesn't allow for duplexes when they have double the minimum lot size, so that may be something to consider changing if you wanted to allow that flexibility to extend into that zone. The second principal structure, this is the zoning section that prohibits that right now, and the image here is just an example of what something like that might look like if somebody was able to have a second dwelling unit. This wouldn't work for everybody. If somebody has a home with a mortgage on it, they're not generally going to be able to get a mortgage to build a second home on the lot, but it often works for somebody trying to accommodate an aging parent that's maybe selling their house and has the funds to build a second unit, that kind of thing, and it's been a good flexibility in a lot of the places that allow it. Tiny homes or small houses, we talked a little bit about that. Really in Auburn, they're prohibited right now for a few reasons. No more than 1 principal structure allowed in most residential districts. We have a self-imposed local standard of 700 square feet as a minimum size for a dwelling unit. There's certainly the ability and room to adjust that if the council wants to. Tiny homes are often in the 100 to 250 square foot range. That's a very, very small space. But I think there's definitely room to at least adjust this down to a lower number, less than 700 square feet. And it does allow for an affordable home to be built at a much lower cost than a typical larger home. Tiny homes are often grouped under recreational vehicles, and if they were on wheels here in Auburn, they would be as well if they were registered. And we don't specifically allow people to live permanently in RVs here in Auburn. It can either be done temporarily at a campground or an approved campsite, or it can be done while there's a permit in place for the construction of permanent residency space. If somebody's building a home, they could certainly stay in a camper while they build their home. But those are 3 things that would have to change if you wanted to accommodate tiny homes or small houses. Cottage units, especially on the West Coast, these have become fairly popular. Village of small single-family homes often doesn't have roadways and parking in the middle of it. It's more of a walkable neighborhood with parking around the periphery if it's desired. Right now, most of these wouldn't be allowed because of the 700 square foot standard, and they would really only be allowed in our multi-family residential districts to have multiple structures on a single parcel. They could be done on individual lots, but quite often they're done as a group and more condominium-style ownership and sharing expenses.
Does our current zoning allow a condominium style of development like that, where the land is owned collaboratively?
Yes, so we can do planned unit developments is how we do most of the condominium developments. You have to have city sewer and you have to have more than 3 acres in order to do that. So there are places where it's possible, and there's certainly some land available to do that. We could look at some of the more rural residential districts that we have where we now have sewer available because it's been extended to another area of the city. We could certainly look at trying to promote those in those areas. But they typically would need city sewer in order to do that. In-law apartments or accessory dwelling units. We talked a little bit about that. They're allowed in most zones. We call them two families. Auburn made a switch probably close to 20 years ago from allowing in-law apartments to just allowing two families throughout most of the city. And the reason was that people were often upset that they could no longer rent the space when the family member didn't need it, and it seemed like the easiest way to accommodate the need, but let somebody utilize that investment in the future if they want to as a rentable unit. So we're looking for feedback from the council. We can structure the discussion any way that you want to. We plan on providing a lot more data about how many existing house lots could be created in residential zones if you want to pursue this discussion. It will cost about $8,000 to do that analysis. This is certainly an implementation item in the comp plan. What that analysis would allow us to do is really quantify what existing lot potential there is in residential zones before we look at zone changes in other areas. And I think it also could be, I've never seen this done, but if we really want to promote new house lots, I think it could also be a useful marketing tool to actually reach out to all of the property owners that would qualify as we make any of these changes for backlots or reduced frontage requirements. We could actually quantify, identify the lots where that change created an opportunity and let people know that they have that opportunity by doing a mailing out of our assessment data. And I think it really could be a neat way to allow residents that may not even realize that the change affected them capitalize on that if they want to, or at least be aware of the option. And many people won't want to. They may like their yard exactly the way it is, but there may be a few that do. And really, if a half a dozen people chose to do that and a half a dozen homes were built, that would easily pay back the $8,000 that we spent on putting the information together. We expect to have more data and mapping at the August 17th meeting, so for now, really just looking for feedback from you guys on whether or not promoting new housing opportunities is something you want us to work on.
Yeah, if we could, so we have pretty much a question that we're going to have to answer, but in the meantime, why don't we, any questions for Eric or Justin or Michael on some of the data that we saw? And again, this is just the first preliminary look, but we'll start over here. Councilor Lasagna?
Thank you. I wouldn't say a question, but I think it sounds like well worth it to put money into being able to do that survey of property, and I really appreciate you being really sort of thinking in the future about saying, letting people know then you have these opportunities to do this on your property.
Frankly, I think there's a lot of people that have opportunities now, they don't even realize it. And so.
And that'll typically create a lot on an existing road too. That's not, you know, we're already providing services there. We're picking up trash next door. We're picking up children if there's children, and they're lower cost.
Councilor Boss?
Thank you. My question was on the data in terms of the changes in the number of single-family homes and different unit-sized homes and the losses, and really interested in the losses that we faced in the last, was it 10 years or 5 years? And if you have more data, was it due to fire, or were they demolitions due to deteriorated buildings, or if we have any additional information on where that loss came from?
So a lot of those were demolitions. You can remember the Bangor Savings Bank property. I think that was close to 20 units that they took out, but they were some of the worst units in the city. You know, we've really been getting rid of the oldest, poorest units over that period of time. We've done a number of demolitions as a city. As foreclosures happened, buildings were abandoned. We were having security problems with those structures. They were unsecured. A lot of those, as far as multi-units, were done with city funds as dangerous buildings. You know, a few of those, there were 2 buildings that were part of the new development in New Auburn that were removed. And then as far as single-family units, some of those were dangerous buildings that were demoed by the city. A lot of those are people tearing down an older home and building a new home, specifically around Taylor Pond. We've had a few in the really rural areas where somebody really wants to build in the ag zone, so they'll buy an old home in the ag zone, tear it down and replace it, that it's worth that to them to incur that cost. So it's been varied, but and part of the reason why we showed the demo numbers as well as the assessment data as Justin was going through is because if you have a home on Taylor Pond is the most likely example that we see often. Somebody buys a home for more than market value from out of town, tears it down and builds a new one. That doesn't show up as a net new single-family home because there was one there before. And that's why we wanted to highlight the 72 demolitions that we overcame and still added an additional 51. Because a lot of times they are demolished to replace with something.
Great, thank you. And I'd be really interested in, and you don't have to provide this now, but maybe in the next meeting, hearing more about the history of the self-imposed minimum size of 700 square feet and kind of learning more about how that decision came to pass, and is it still, does it still fit in modern housing? Because I do think it's a really good opportunity for the council to look at alternative forms of housing that are, that allow more people to have safe homes that might be smaller. I think it's a really good focus.
We can dig into that. I don't know the exact history of where that
Yeah,
number
is it
came
about
from.
housing standards and saying that that's about quality of life and that less than 700 square feet is imposing on having high quality of life? I think that we've really changed our culture around housing size, and so it'd be worth revisiting and seeing kind of where that came from.
Okay.
And
Councilor Walker?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea that we're going to look into this and see if there's, especially back lots. I think there's a lot of options out there for back lots. When we're working our way towards the country area, there's, you know, you're talking the Pownell Road and out in them areas. People have had lots there for years and years. They can't do anything with them because they bounce into the agricultural once they get off the road a few hundred feet. So this might be a great opportunity to look at some of that.
Any other questions? Councilor Zonia? Did you?
Thank you. It also, next time we meet, if it's possible, where are we in terms of demolition of dangerous buildings? Or have we pretty much fulfilled what we want to do with those? Do we see that there are a number left?
There are some left that we're watching closely to see if they're reinvested in or kept secure, but we removed a lot of them. But there are a few left that we're keeping a really close eye on, maybe coming back to you for demolition.
As a side note, I talked to a gentleman who bought 2 derelict buildings just in the past year. He rehabbed them, turned them into market rate, and they're jam-packed full and nice. I wish he'd paint the outside, but insides are gorgeous. So it's working. You know, it's nice to see when they can avoid the wrecking ball, and a private individual sees the ROI there and does it.
That's the ideal outcome, and why, if they're keeping it secured, we'll give somebody a fair amount of time to try to work through the challenges, and if they can be redeveloped, that's perfect.
Councilor Boss, I believe you had something. I'll come to Councilor.
Thank you. So I was thinking about our, where we've lost those units. It would be nice to focus on a scenario where we're doing downtown infill, since I know that that's something that this council has been interested in as well. And as we're talking about, you know, in the one pager in the agenda packet, it talks about looking at agricultural land for turning it into residentially zoned land. So as we look at different models, it'd be nice to consider infill first where possible, and then also considering the cost of services, as you'd mentioned, it is different for these different areas, and it's different with the types of housing. So having that information available to us as a council will be really helpful in making that decision.
We'll make sure that is.
That's a really good segue. This conversation on our next workshop item on comprehensive plan, they dovetail together and they overflow. So, I think it's great that we started off with housing, because you always have to know what the need is, and what's the justification, what's in the back of our mind when we're looking at the comp plan. Councilor Milks?
Yeah, I'm curious to know, when we talk back lots, you know, the big difference between a half acre with a back lot and 58 acres. And how do we determine a lot size? So was that lot preset at 58 acres? That's not allowing those folks to build anything else on that piece of land? I know it's low density. You know, do we have any rules, regulations, or mechanisms to be able to allow that person, I don't know if it's real or not, but to break those into smaller lots so that someone could build additional houses in there? Because it seems to me like if you're a half acre lot and you put another house on that, now you got 2 houses on a half acre lot, as opposed to one 58-acre lot, there's a lot of opportunity for putting decent housing in there.
I think there's a couple of options. One of the things that the comp plan recommends is that we move away from limiting lots based on road frontage and look more at the overall density of the lot. The backlots provision allows that to happen at kind of just an incremental way that allows for one more backlot. But you could eventually get to a point where you say the frontage is not as an issue as long as you reserve access to that public road, that you could do multiple houses in the back area.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like it would make sense. You put one road down the middle of it and
Yep.
driveways.
And it could be done in a more affordable way if we didn't require as much frontage as we do in the rural areas. When you're building 325 feet of frontage per house, it just quickly becomes cost prohibitive.
So I'd be interested to see what we'd have to do to alter those rules.
Sure.
Mr. Manager?
Just a quick follow-up. One, we appreciate the feedback. I think this has been good dialogue. Michael, Eric, and I had sat down when we started to frame this out, and knowing that we're going to need this next meeting regarding the part two, regarding the data. He has been working with Rosemary, who is our GIS coordinator, but some of that will need to be outsourced. So based on our conversation, I believe we're ready to go ahead and move forward with getting that additional data for you so we can continue providing some good feedback. So.
Councilor Boss?
Will we see the list of the 42 parcels that are laid out in the future land use plan that have possibility that we're talking about? Because I see the map. I've always thought that the map was pretty general in terms of specific lots, but if we can have that data as well, that'd be great.
So Councilor Gary, then we'll ask for some consensus. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you find out your research and stuff, I know we've read that Crossroads report. Can you do a cost impact analysis for how much it would cost in the various different areas, like the downtown versus what you're trying to do, as well as industrial and stuff? I know we're trying hard to make better quality housing in our downtown so that it may be more inviting to those that have to live in that type of area, so that their kids can be in school or in order to be able to go to work and things. I have a strange feeling that it's going to cost a lot more for city services the farther out we allow people to build. I mean, I know they have the right to build, but we should know how much the costs involved and how it's going to impact our schools and where they are located currently.
So what we're trying to do is work with the school department and understand where there's capacity in the neighborhood schools. The new high school is certainly going to build more capacity than we have at the current high school as far as the high school age kids. So there'll be room there to grow to some degree. That's what we're going to try to identify without requiring a new classroom or requiring another teacher, that kind of thing. And we'll also work with police and fire and see where they think that they could accommodate additional units and what that might generate for call volumes and things like that. And we'll try to understand. Most of those costs you can average. You can say, okay, there's 1,000 kids in the school system, and divide the cost of the budget, but not every additional kid adds the average cost again. So we'll try to identify those, and you can understand where there's room for growth without any significant increase in costs.
And then you've got water, and you've got septic, you've got insurance rates, and also with our newly formed Ag Committee, have they had a chance to see any of this stuff, or and have they had any discussion in this, what we're hearing tonight?
They haven't specifically discussed this, and that's why tonight I think we were trying to focus on the existing residential zones, but certainly the comp plan recommended changes into the ag zone in certain areas. That'll definitely be part of the discussion, and if you want us to wrap them into that, we can.
Oh, no, just want to, on that note, there is certain things and steps that have to happen. I remind everybody, the Ag Committee is not a land use committee. That's the planning board and the council. But in these early steps, we have to just come up with a couple of actual action items here. We have to determine as a council if we actually want to have an increase in housing for the reasons that staff outlined. And if we do, are we willing to invest $8,000 that's already been budgeted for this? It's not a reappropriation or an additional appropriation of the budget in order to start the work, at least to get some more data so that other groups can have really weigh in on this. And this is going to be an extremely long process, but it really helps us with our comp plan. And as you know, the comp plan, we're going to talk about it in just a couple of minutes, will kind of be the secondary part of this conversation as well, or the overarching. So do we have consensus from the council, at least, without taking an up-down vote, so to speak? Do we want to look at more growth because of the reasons that staff had? And if so, are we willing to reinvest at $8,000? Have appropriate term, reinvest, allocate. Councilor Boss?
I'd think to say yes, but also I'd love to see more information on where we're getting this market growth data to say, we have some information on 5 houses that show the difference in the permit versus the assessing versus the sale price. But what other indicators should we consider when we're looking at growth as a community, and what's the threshold that we should be looking at? So should we be, making 100 opportunities for lots for new builds, or is it really the market only is going to support 10 new single-family homes? That data, those indicators would be really helpful.
Let me answer this with an unanswer. Because this is what I do every day, looking at development opportunities and market studies and talking with a lot of the local people in town. So we have a supply and demand fundamental upfront, no argument about that. Supply is down, demand is high, prices are going up. There's a tail though for that data at a state level and then broken down by county level to actually come out to us. So sometimes we're going to have to use some anecdotal data or some just recent analysis through the MLS of recent sales that I believe Karen Scammon has downstairs and Access, your office does, to pull. It wouldn't be from State Office of Economic Development at the main level yet if we want to be quicker than others, less reactive. So some of it's anecdotal, some of it's hyper-local data, but also just the framework and the understanding of what's going on in the environment today. And I really want to point to COVID-19 as one of those those pivot points in history and culture where less people or people are working more remotely. They're not, we're not going to get rid of Class A office buildings, but I think they're going to change. The work habits are going to change. I also see that, people, and you have to look at this when we're looking at economic disadvantage and equity, and we're looking at folks that are moving into all of these new apartments at market rate. Even what happens when John meets Sue and decide to have a family? Right now, if you look at Realtor.com, we only have 23 single-family houses for sale right now at all price ranges. They're going to move to Minot, Turner, or somewhere else. They're just going to be forced to. So if we want to keep that evolution and that cycle of Auburn, I think some of it's intuitive, and I don't want to just, brush aside your question. It's valuable, but I think it's going to have to take a little bit of hard data, hyper-local, and intuition, and just kind of thought on what the market is.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you. I think that I've already seen it personally, that people are leaving cities and coming back to Maine and are looking to buy, people who are my age, who have to be in the city based on the very specific job that's in tech or IT or whatever it is. They're leaving cities now because they are able to. All of a sudden their bosses are saying work from home. But she's unfortunately moving to Brunswick and not Auburn. So it's something that we should be considering.
Does she need a coin or something to sway her?
Right? So all that is to say that I definitely see that as being a trend. However,
Yeah.
we should look at the age, that age group, and what are those demographics, and what type of housing are those people looking for? Because those are young people that may or may not have young families already or are looking to have families. So let's be targeted when we're thinking about that. What's the impact of COVID and how is that impacting housing?
And that might be a good point to add into the comprehensive plan. The comp plan talks about debt to income ratio, so to speak, on home affordability and size and trends. And that might be something to really touch upon when we get in the comp plan too, but that's good data.
One other thing, maybe we look at down southern Maine, there's a lot of over 55 communities, condo complexes with over 55, and I don't know if there's a lot of folks that are staying in their houses that have owned them for a long time because there's no place for them to go in the area other than a couple of old folks' homes, that if we, as a city, developed some over 55 communities, that might free up some of the housing stock as people choose to move and downsize in their elderly age. Just throwing it out
Keep
there.
that flow. It's all about the flow.
Can we
I'm
look
so
at all
sorry.
our land and like our industrial zone, because it was put there in certain comp plans years ago. It made sense then, but it may not today. Maybe if we really work our new comprehensive plan, maybe we would be more feasible to take some of the industrial land, because some of the industrial land may not be where we actually need it for the different businesses.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a good segue into comp plan. Eric, Mike, Justin, are you good with transitioning? I think we have kind of consensus here for the research data project, but now we're starting to talk about land usage, so I think we can probably move into your presentation there. Council, good? Yeah. Yeah?
Thank you. And a lot of the mapping that you're asking for, Rosemary's already working on it, and we're close. We'll have that for the 17th.
Thank you.
I think so.
Mayor, are you ready for us to jump right in? Are you ready for us to start?
Oh, yeah, roll. I'll do a proper announcement. The next conversation topic is going to be the comprehensive plan. Excuse me, and the charter necessitated review of that after 10 years.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We came to you back during the budget process to discuss the comprehensive plan, some of the problems we're having with the age plan, some solutions we were suggesting, and the benefits of that. And at that point in time, we asked how you want to go forward with a full-blown update of the comprehensive plan or amendment to it. And the decision back then was to do an amendment and an update to the plan at a fraction of the cost. So what we tried to do is to list out some priorities for the comprehensive plan. Eric's going to quickly go over the an overview of the comprehensive plan update process that we're recommending. We are looking for feedback on this, obviously, just like we were in the housing, as one of the main purposes we're here right now. It did tie in great with the housing growth discussion, because that is actually part of our comprehensive plan. It just, as Councilor Gary brought up about some of the industrial areas, you'll actually see that listed out as part of the priority considerations in one section. So what I'm going to do is have Eric go through the comprehensive plan update presentation that we had, and it's fairly brief. I believe some of these data points Phil went over with you when he did an orientation on the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. To go over a little bit about the 2010 comprehensive plan, it was a full rewrite. It was a fairly labor-intensive and costly process. I was super thankful when you decided to do more of an update this time with everything we have going on for permitting. I think we can address all the major areas that need updating and still do it at a lower cost than a full rewrite. Began in 2007, July of 2007. The council and mayor appointed 40 community members to the committee. We met nearly 50 times. I think it was 48 times over the next 2+ years. And the group drafted a plan with the help of a consultant at that time that was passed to the planning board, 3 years later, and council in July of 2010. We had a lot of changes during that time on the desires and priorities of the council after an election, and we spent approximately 8 or 9 months going back and forth between planning board and council, holding additional public hearings and making changes to the document that the committee had recommended to accommodate some of the public feedback that we got during that time and some of the desires of the council, and it was adopted in April of 2011. Was thinking that this happened 6 months or a year ago, but looking back at when Liz and Phil had put together a summary of the status on the comp plan, it was actually late 2018. We went through and categorized all of the action items in the comp plan, and this is what we found at that time. There were a total of 207 strategies. 89% of those had been worked on. It doesn't mean they were all implemented. There may be things that the council chose not to implement or were delayed, but they were put out for discussion and worked on. The ongoing items, 100% of those were found to be worked on. Short term, we were at about 95%. And the long-term items, 70%, of them were worked on, and some action was taken on them. So we have made progress over the past 9.5 years since the adoption. But there are a lot of items that are really only intended to happen when something triggers them. We'll see that with some of the future land use map changes, that some of the industrial areas that are recommended either to change from residential to industrial or from ag to industrial, those are transitional zones where they're really only intended to actually make the change when there's a project that will need that land and the council's ready to make that change. This proposed update will be less intensive than the previous complete rewrite. Really want to focus the changes on new challenges, new opportunities that have presented themselves, and focus them through the lens of the recently adopted strategic plan. And here I just printed the mission of the strategic plan. Auburn will be a community that balances urban and rural living with safe, sustainable, livable neighborhoods that are well connected, a community to be proud of with a vibrant workforce, resources that are preserved and protected, a unique small city that offers quality education, bold economic, recreation, and housing opportunities. And I think we've already, without even intending to, during the housing discussion, touched on a lot of these that seem to just be reoccurring themes that are important to this community. What we're asking for tonight is to look at the 5 items that were listed in the info sheet. Those are items that staff and the planning board and/or council have already brought up over the past few years, and think about any additional items that you'd like to have added to the list of items that are worked on as part of the comp plan update. After tonight, we'll hopefully work with you and the planning board to finalize that list over the next month and a half, August to September, and then get to work with a committee, hopefully in October, to start working through those one by one. We'll do the highest priority items first. We don't want to wait until July to feed any of these recommendations back to you. What I was envisioning is a process where each item goes to the committee 2 to 3 times, and by the second or third time, they're formulating recommendations that get fed back to the council, planning board for a public hearing, and council for a public hearing, so you can start to act on some of those changes, possibly as soon as December or January. And then by the time we get to July, we're working on the last few and not trying to do them all at once. Staff is recommending a committee of 2 counselors, 2 planning board members, mayor, and a school board representative, and support staff. We would envision also having a school department staff person as part of that, so we make sure we're thinking about those impacts as part of the discussion and providing the data that you need. I would envision the housing discussion that we just had becoming added to this list, that it really is a comp plan implementation item if there are comp plan changes that come out of that discussion. Love to have your feedback on whether or not a process like that works for the council, and we can make any changes that you guys want to that process. This just lays out kind of how that would work. Committee would bring the issue up for discussion, provide recommendations, hopefully in 2 meetings, and then the typical process of amending the comprehensive plan that's laid out in our charter and ordinance and state law is that the planning board would first hold a public hearing. We could decide if we wanted those to be joint meetings with the council, and they would provide a recommendation, and then the council has all of that background information to just also hold a public hearing, but then decide if it's something you want to pursue or something you want to change and maybe modify if you have concerns. So we're looking for any questions and feedback. Are these topics acceptable? Do you want to add others? We could add the housing discussion to this list, but I think we could also start to work on it as council and staff in the meantime and keep it moving. And then if you decide that there are comp plan updates that need to be part of that, then we could work it into this process. We do want to make sure that the process allows for public input. The board has asked in a communication last week or last meeting that I forwarded to you again last week just to be part of the process in establishing the items. They want to be engaged. They want to support you in providing recommendations and doing research to help you make informed decisions. And from here, we're just looking for feedback.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to start this off. We'll take it in sequential order. I think from easier to more lengthy conversation. Referring to the memorandum from the planning board dated July 7th. I read it at our last meeting. It's also part of our packet. There's 3 questions that they needed answered. Let's start off with the first one, which is a timeline the city council is set for updating the process. The timeline that thanks Eric, has proposed there. Do any councilors see any issues with that process or that timeline specifically? Looking at a July 2021 end date, and it would obviously be voted on by then in implementation. Is there any recommendations? Is it too long, too short? Obviously, it can go a little longer if need be and shorter if warranted, but good? Okay. I think the timeline that you outlined, we're getting some nods around the table, is positive.
Gives us a little bit of room if we need it after that, before the next election. What I'm really hoping for is we don't have what happened in the last update where we work through a lot of issues and the council changes direction and we don't move in the direction that we've all been working on for so long.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so that's point 1. I think we're good there on schedule and timeline. The second question in the planning board letter was, the planning board imagines that it might have a role in the updated process. Could we share the specific duties it envisions the planning board in the process, which we talked about in this proposed schedule. But going back to the committee, that's right there, committee appointments. It's a good time to talk about that because that's really where the planning board will have the day-to-day, I would say, input. How does everybody feel about the structure? 2 councilors, 2 planning board members, mayor, a school board rep. I got to tell you, I'm pretty excited about that. I think integrating school board with this really can help solve some problems and eliminate some problems, I should say, from popping up. But, and obviously support staff.
One question, would there be community representation in this?
That's not our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
I think you get some of that with planning board members and councilors, but yeah, that wasn't part of our recommendation to reach beyond that until we get to the public hearing process.
Any other thought on that? Does that make it? This would be, I envision, a council ad hoc committee. So the order would come from the council to generate, council vote on it. So it's a good time to air out anything that might be bothersome or, I'm sorry, my back was to you. I'm not used to this setup.
Is there any reason why we just have 1 school board rep versus 2, just to round it out for the other 2?
No particular
Was it?
reason.
Okay.
In fact, we added the school board in it as a second thought to be inclusive to the school.
We want to be inclusive. We don't want to be too nice. And again, that's if there's no reason for it, or I mean, if this is a time for us to discuss that. If there's anybody else that we want to bring in on this, let's do it now. I will say that just in small ad hoc committees, I've learned a couple lessons that are relative here. 1, small groups work really well. Problem scheduling, and if you miss 1 or 2 people out of a small group meeting, it really kind of throws the works of the schedule, your momentum, I should say, off a little bit. So, but so they're positives and negatives. No?
My only recommendation would be that I think by having 1, the school board is going to be stretched already. They have a new high school. They've got committees set up for that. I would just recommend 1 just so that we can get 1 person locked in and get them committed.
Okay. So if there's no Councilor Walker?
I would like us to look at having Mark or someone from his committee on this because, that's why we brought Mark Gosselin into, I think, the City of Auburn was to do bigger and better planning for what it takes for recreation and all of the above. So somehow I'd like to see that fit into this.
We could include that under support staff.
So that would be a support. So I'd like to make a recommendation for an addition. There are 40-plus members of the comp plan for 2010. I looked at that list of individuals, and I really, really read the comp plan. I'd state that I've read the comp plan before, but this time I read it, it really kind of clicked. And I got to tell you, it's a good comp plan. It needs to be updated. It needs to be modernized. We need to quantify all the strategies that happened and, what the results were, of course. it might not be a bad idea to ask those 40 individuals if any of them would like to participate in this new revision, and then they can make applications in, and the council can actually vote on who those two legacy knowledge individuals are. Covers a little bit of your point on community engagement. I like the legacy knowledge coming back in addition to staff's legacy knowledge. I don't know, thought? Still keeps it tight, expands it a little bit, but workable. Two?
I like that idea.
Two. They'd have to be non-elected, non-appointed officials in current government, but two residents, current residents, that worked on the comp plan 10 years ago.
I would agree with that.
Good? Everybody make sense? Yeah? Okay. If we could add that in, Eric as well, and Sue, more appointments?
Can you make it 3, and then you'll have an uneven group? So we'll have an odd
3?
number.
Fair.
So that way there you can move issues forward.
Very
And
good.
how are they selected? 'Cause
They put applications in, no appointment committee on this, applications directed to council, review, nominate from the council, approve from the council. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. 3, that gives us an odd number, okay? I get 2 votes. Okay.
I was
Councilor
going
Boss?
to say for us, support staff, I think it would be really nice to have somebody from the planning department as well, because there are a lot of questions about form-based code and zoning, and I think that that would be really great to have their support and expertise.
Okay, so we've accomplished points 1, schedule, point 2, interaction and involvement, point 3, list of topics. So this gets into the list of topics. Recommendations, stuff that we want to have talked about during the comprehensive plan review. So, and I think it's right and proper to try, and we have time to kind of see at first pass what kind of topics we all might as a council want to see addressed. Because planning board, I believe, is going to be talking about this on their meeting on Tuesday, tomorrow night. Eric, am I wrong on that?
Yes, they will, a week from Tuesday.
And if we can
Next
give them a week from Tuesday?
Yep.
Okay. Any type of heads up we can give them now to start working on this, I think would be good. So, and again, this is just, we're going to throw off some topics or ideas. We're not going to vote on them. It can go into kind of a master list. And I think this large master list will be sorted out and prioritized as time goes on, or the next couple weeks goes on. Make sense?
Yeah, are there already proposed topics or topics that will reflect what's currently in the comp plan, so we don't spend a lot of time throwing out things that maybe...
Eric, could you want to run through the list of what staff's already proposed as talking points or
Yeah,
topics
so
to be discussed?
We had 5 areas that we think should certainly be included on the list and would like to see what else to add. The future land use map in the area of the Turnpike and Route 136 and South Main Street. If we are going to ever have a second Turnpike exit, that seems to be the area that's separated enough from Lewiston's exit and from Auburn's exit and has existing roadways. We should think about the zoning out there to make sure it doesn't fill up with houses if we want to see commercial activity around that potential Turnpike exit. The industrial transition zone near Broad and South Witham, I think that may be the one Councilor Gary was mentioning. There's an area that is currently zoned ag and residential that is recommended for industrial growth in that area. It's come up a few times with a previous mayor and council and with the landowner that they would be just as happy with seeing New Auburn have the potential for some residential growth in part of that area, and also to preserve some commercial ability near the existing commercial uses. I think that's something that's worth just a status check, see which direction, if anything's changed, which direction the council wants to go. Consider expanded downtown form-based code. We adopted a form-based code a few years ago now, and there was a lot of discussion at the planning board level about applying it to a larger area to help make development more flexible in some of our urban neighborhoods. The reason they didn't do that is because they were afraid if they made it too big that it might become more controversial and they might not get any progress. So I think we should go back to looking at that and seeing if there's an opportunity there. Recreation and river access. We could give you a good update on implementation plans from the comp plan. One of the big ones that I think is a real missed opportunity but it's going to require some work and some investment on the part of the council, is a potential southern boat access to Gulf Island Pond, wherever that ends up. Right now in Turner, the boat launch is full on tournament weekends, and most of those vehicles are driving from the turnpike through Auburn, and we're really not taking advantage of the access to that great pond that we could have at no cost, because Brookfield's obligated to build it for you if you decide where you want it. And then as far as downtown, take a look at progress to date on the comp plan policies downtown, and make any updates that we need to reflect the investment that you've been making in walkability and livability and the economic incentives downtown.
We certainly don't intend the list to be all-inclusive either. This is a starting point for us, that if you agree with these 5, actually 6, because we're tying in the housing study in this, that is giving us a starting point. And if you want to expand off that tonight, that's great. But we're not going to say, here's your 30 minutes or up. We're not adding something on there. We're going to bring this to a future discussion. But if we're in agreement of these 6 areas that we have, it's going to allow us to start working on these as a priority.
Councilor Boss.
I'm in agreement with these 6 as the initial start of that list, and I'd love to see the opportunity for the comp plan committee to provide some feedback on the topics that they'd like to discuss as well, because I'd be fascinated to hear about those legacy members and what they think, and the school board members as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, Councilor Zong.
I think also we need to consider, and it's not as specific as these, but with what Councilor Boss and Councilor Milk says, we need to consider who are the people who are going to be living here. Katie made a great point about young families wanting to move here, but I think also Steve made a great point. There are people, you know, where I'm on that end, that I might want to live in a place that is
Active retiree community in a downtown,
Yes.
urban, brownstone.
So that can be
environment.
reflected in the decisions we're making.
Sure.
To attract people, we need to understand who it is that will be living here.
And if I could, we talk about, the term form-based coding comes up often. On our next meeting, if we could just have a quick primer on form-based, what does that mean? Because I think form-based coding covers some of my list. Like I want to look at in-town setbacks for front yard. Currently, you have a 25-foot front yard setback in town, downtown, which might not be pragmatic to build a new type of high-density home. Parking requirements per unit, we have those. I'm not sure if that would be addressed in comp plan, form-based coding, or if that's an ordinance change, and setbacks, side setbacks, and so forth. So if understanding what form-based code is, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't fully understand it.
No, I'd like to know.
Yeah, because I don't want to, that could cover all of our downtown, list, if you would, if we adopted form-based code.
I would like to, what is that low-density residential? What are the rules and regulations around that? So all of the coding would be
Quick
very
primer.
helpful if we could get that.
Well, I think you're probably going to want to look at all the zoning, if we can collapse some of them, the amount that we have down. The form-based code, we probably still have presentations on that, so at the next council meeting, we could probably do a 10-minute presentation, I'd say, Eric, that, to go over that so everybody knows what tool we have. Of course, we have a couple people who've been on the planning board recently. They're very familiar with that also.
I would find it helpful.
And it really was a switch from traditional zoning regulates uses for the most part and has setbacks. The form-based code really moves away from regulating uses as heavily and tries to encourage construction to be of the character of the neighborhood, like a traditional downtown Main Street. The codes in that section encourage that type of development and cares less about uses. If you have a building that fits this structure and creates this kind of a public space and interaction with a sidewalk, do whatever you want inside. It's more of a form focused.
And there's different types of form-based. So there's a historic downtown form-based, is more of a modern urban form-based. I mean, really, you're just looking for that kind of general characteristics, right?
Yeah, and what we did was,
Aesthetic.
they're very customized to the location that they're being used. What we did really was quantify the existing buildings in terms of setbacks and window spacing and doors and window heights and number of stories, and create a code that encourages that, what people like about that existing space to continue. rather than have more traditional zoning like we have, say, on Drummond Street, requires a 25-foot setback, where a lot of the homes don't currently meet that, and it would actually be really convenient and continue the character better if you didn't have to meet that. That new home didn't have to be of a different character than the neighborhood.
And as I understand, there's conflicts with some of the form-based, and is, from what I understand, the feedback from you guys, that you run into conflicts where you're trying to do something and one thing says one thing and one code says another. So,
Yeah, that was more in regard to the future land use map not being in line with our current zoning. And so that's, I think, part of the exercise that we'll be undertaking with this consultant, I believe. Is that correct? For the $8,000, we're looking at different zoning changes, or is that outside of that scope?
I think what the planning board had asked for recently was that once we finish this update, that we then go and make the changes to the zoning. So that's not part of the $8,000, but it's something that if we have once we have a picture of what the future land use map looks like, I think we can get to work on those zoning changes.
Yeah, I think the priority to us is the future land use map to update that.
We would greatly appreciate being able to get those in line as soon as we're done with developing the future land use map.
Councilor Carey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ADAPT plan, to me, is at times in conflict with your form-based code. Can we look at the ADAPT plan, explain what it was, why it came about, and is it still relevant today as it was in the year that it got established and put in? Because times have changed, so we're changing a lot from what the ADAPT originally wanted. I mean, specifically, they wanted to open up all, as buildings came down on the riverfront, they wanted to leave that open like view, like a promenade. And we're trying to, when spaces come available, find businesses to come in and plug the holes. And so we got to be more responsible instead of being at each other.
I'm not sure of the exact conflicts, but that example is a perfect one. They certainly did plan on getting rid of all of the houses on the riverside of Main Street, and I think that you'd lose a lot of value and you'd really change the character of that space if you did that. So we had looked at acquiring properties as they became available in that stretch, and over time the council chose not to go forward with that idea, but it is still part of the ADAPT plan. We don't refer to that plan as very often anymore, but that is one that I think has certainly changed.
I know it put a scare in a lot of the neighborhoods around here because they'd look at the map, they would caravan to the different stakeholder groups, I guess that's what you call it back then, just to get more information and find their place wasn't there. They said, well, wait a minute, I just bought this property, I want to upgrade it, rehab it, make it all conform, take out a loan because I don't have the money, and now you're coming in and telling me that my place is gone. I'm not going to take out the money and then have to pay it back and my place is gone. I mean, and you can see what happened. A lot of people in this surrounding area did nothing to their place because of the ADAPT plan being in force.
It may be time to omit those references to the ADAPT plan as part of the update.
Councilor Boss?
I have a question about the timeline for the process and whether or not it'll dovetail with the new census data coming out. I don't know what the lag time is for that federal level data, but we'll be able to incorporate that in our plan with this. We have a whole Chapter 7, it's all detailed inventories. It'd be great to update all that demographic information.
I don't think we'll have census data. Not
The
by
full year
July
after?
2021.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I don't, but you know what we do, the nice thing about the census, it's almost a misnomer now that's only every 10 years. There's a lot of good census-generated data from 2018, 2019, and they keep going back and re-updating. So, I mean, I don't think it will be 2020 accurate. I think it will be decent or
Right.
good. But yeah, there definitely, if you look at the comp plan as a template, it's a phenomenal template. And I was just looking at it, and here's a spot that you just talked about, Steve, about encouraging seniors to go into active senior living centers. That was a strategy, H.2.3.A in 2010. So there's a lot of these strategies that are in there, and I know we've worked on them, or some are complete. Obviously, an inventory of the effectiveness, maybe a quantifying of the effectiveness of some of the actions on these strategies would be in line. You'll kind of help us guide through. But there's some, I got to tell you, there's a lot of things in here that we've been talking about for the last several years since I've been mayor, that maybe have been acted on, maybe we've acted on at a city level, but private individuals or developers have not. Okay, so I think understanding that's going to be important. If I could add something in here, something on our list to look at, I'd like to look at equity. I'd like to, every chapter, every zone, every policy within our city, especially the comp plan and then in the charter, but really in the comp plan, does anything we do promote inequity within our city? Does it actually help those folks that are trying to have upward mobility in a socioeconomic standpoint? Does it encourage first-time home buying? Does it encourage last-time home buying? The recreation for everybody to access, is accessibility there. What I've seen is, and I'm not saying this happens here, but doing the research on this, a lot of communities inadvertently, they built artificial scarcities in resources. And they did this through zoning, which really dropped or eliminated a lot of opportunities for those that didn't have them. So I think that if we came up with a generalized question, litmus test question, during every conversation, every review of every chapter, is there anything in this chapter as we go through it, and it could be something like this, and is there anything in this chapter that as we go through it points out a potential inequity and lack of access and opportunity for all residents, or a section of residents? Does that make sense? Is that
I think you're hitting on some things in here. H26B is a housing advocacy committee.
Yeah, I saw that.
Could be a place where you could put that idea about equity and access.
Could be. I'd like to do it while we're doing the comp plan too.
Sure,
Try to
but then
eliminate
it
now.
gets operationalized through a housing advocacy committee. Anyway, it's in there.
I'm going to take that, and I'm going to bring that section to the mayor's ad hoc on appointments, boards, and commissions. Councilor Gary, Councilor Boss are on that committee. That might be something, if not a separate committee, maybe integrate some of that workflow into one of our current or modernized committees. Okay, good. So we'll add that in. Councilor Boss?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree with you about doing an equity scan, and that the American Public Health Association has a great tool that's called Health in All Policies, and it's for exactly that. It's doing a scan for equity and also for the factors that influence health. And so what are we doing as a city inadvertently by our zoning or through other practices that influence health or equity? So I'm absolutely supportive of that. I think it'd be a great thing to do.
So why don't you add this, Councilor Carrier?
Just sort of sitting here as we're thinking about adding a possible topic to it in the future land use, and we're talking about South Main Street. I'd sort of like to see the planning board look at the land use and the zoning on the access points for the city. South Main Street, of course, is an access point. Washington Avenue, Hotel Road, and those. To look at the zoning along those stretches of the road to see if they're zoned properly. I think about the land use. We've got light industrial on South Main Street. There could be residential potential there. I look at it more possible industrial Washington Avenue, a possibility of both residential and industrial going out Hotel Road. I'd sort of like to see something done with that, just to make sure that the zoning sort of stays. One of my pet peeves in cities is that we've fragmented the city so much now that you'll have a neighborhood, residential neighborhood, and all of a sudden you have an industrial area that was put in next to it or splitting it. And I think that's short-sighted of us. Yes, at some point. But again, we're not looking at the age of the community that's going in, as Councilor Lasagna had said. I think that needs to be looked at to make sure that the zoning as we go out the access points is concurrent or current with what our needs are right now.
So we have equity and talking about fragmentation. Sum up. Councilor Carrier's comments to add into the search, or excuse me, the list. We're sticking with, what else, councilors, what else? We should have wrap up this first segment of the conversation now. We have one more workshop item. We're gonna, that's not obviously the end all be all, we're gonna come back. So, but this just gets this ball rolling. Anything else top of mind? No? Eric, Mike, was this helpful, this conversation?
Yes.
Are all your questions answered? Do you feel comfortable reporting to planning board on the decisions that have been made here?
Yes, and we'll ask them for some feedback on topics that can then be part of your next discussion.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. No, all set? Okay, very good. Thank you all. Okay. Good talk. We're going to be moving on here. Our last workshop item is tax acquired property. Kelsey Earl? Come on down. Thank you, Mr. Earl, for coming here tonight. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here this evening to present a property that the Tax Acquired Committee is recommending for disposition. On the information sheet, you'll see that the combined total of property taxes and fees were listed as $15,200, and minimum bid was listed as $35,000. This is in regards to 5 Sprucewood Road, which is a property ID number of 217028. The minimum bid is an estimated minimum bid. Since this information sheet was provided to you, we do have some updated information from Auburn Water and Sewer, who also have amounts due for this property. With the water and sewer balance, as well as a sewer mortgage from Connection, the recommended minimum bid will be $21,000 to cover all taxes and fees due. So that estimate will be adjusted to reflect those updated amounts due. This property has been in possession of the city for quite some time. We did attempt to return it to the previous owner. A quitclaim deed was actually issued to the previous owner, and unfortunately, that did not work out. There was an agreement in place, and the previous owner defaulted on that agreement, and because of the law, the property came back to the city. So we yet again have possession of this property. We've had possession of the property at this time for over 2 years. So we are now recommending it be sold by sealed bid. Does anyone have any questions on this property? As in past, I show the property to you at a workshop and request council action at your next meeting. So no actions requested at this time.
We did, so we never took action on this property historically. This all was handled staff with your arrangement with the past? Okay. So this will be a first time we've taken official action on this property?
Correct.
Okay, very good, thank you. And you're ready for that on August 17th?
Yes.
Any questions on this property? Councilor Boss?
Looking at the information sheet, and it says that there's a possible dangerous building. Is that the primary residential structure, or is that a different structure on the building?
There's a
on the
garage
property?
structure that there's a question. It looks sound, but it really should be reviewed by the person who puts a bid in on the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions? None being? I think we're ready for this to come to council on August 17th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we have 15 minutes, actually a little bit longer. I'd like to just take a break. Unless there's anything, if there's a 5-minute topic, I'll open this up. I haven't done this in a while. Is there a topic, 5-minute topic, anybody in the council wants to talk about? Councilor Walker, you're just coming in. Is there a 5-minute topic anybody in the council wants to chat about? I want to make sure you heard that. Councilor Walker, just joking. But anything?
Just a quick question on,
Yes.
in terms of the reviewing the plan. Do you have a time frame by which you want to put together that committee?
Eric's not here. I don't have the sheet. Actually,
Okay,
I didn't
that's
come
all
up. No, are you talking about for the comprehensive plan?
Yeah.
I didn't do it. That was staff recommendation. I think they said September,
By late August.
late
Okay.
August.
Thank you.
So
I don't know, I mean, we could start, now that we're bringing community members in, that will probably push to September. Sue, because how long do you have to post?
At least 30 days.
Now, that is, you're not going to appointment committee, so we could obviously, and we're only reaching out to those members that served on the committee, so we could potentially move that along a little faster.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, our next meeting, our first meeting in September, hopefully, depending upon how the order goes tonight, will be September 8th. So in theory, we could advertise for this week and have apps for the September 8th meeting. We could vote on the ordinance creating on September 8th, the committee, and also do the nomination process and the vote on the 3 former new members. Make sense? We're good? Okay. Phil, we're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great.
Mr. Mayor, I have something I want to bring back up. The last meeting that we were here, I had asked our police chief if it was any way possible he could be thinking about how we can get our police officers out into the public and maybe do some kind of walk-in and whatever. I got a couple of people that had sat down and talked with me after because they listened to it, and at the same time complained that they couldn't hear most of us talking in here because we don't talk into our mics or sideways from them. But anyways, their talking to me was that they thought that was a great idea, but they were not happy with the chief's response back to me saying that he is lack of men, don't have enough manpower. And a couple of the people said to myself, sitting there talking, that tickets probably aren't worth as much to this community, meaning the small amount of money that they may be bringing in, as getting out there into the community with trained professional police officers for the neighborhoods. And they felt that maybe our ticket people could be something other than a police officer directly that's been trained, pay the kind of money that we pay them to be out there trying to watch for someone that's parking in, a zone that maybe gives them a ticket. So I think there was some negative feelings because of the way the chief maybe came back thinking that his team is so small that he just can't get it out there. But I wanted to make sure that I made the comment tonight was that we can still look further into the future on how we can socialize with our police officers into the community. And I think it's something we need to look at. And if we can hire someone, or someone doesn't have to be part of the police department or the union, maybe we need to look out of the box for someone that can do that kind of ticketing or something.
I think you're referring to parking tickets, Councilor Walker?
Yes.
So that, we do have a non-sworn individual that does all our parking ticket enforcement. We really don't have officers doing that, other than, I think the ticketing that the chief might have been responding to was regarding speeding, other traffic violations, the registrations like you had emailed me this week regarding expired registrations, those types of areas. So, but I'll talk with the chief about community outreach. I know they put a lot on hold because of COVID, especially Coffee with a Cop, some of those other programming. They've kind of suspended those, but I think they'll be probably gearing up and moving forward with those soon, as well as, we would have National Night Out tomorrow, but that's also been postponed at this time. But I'll speak with the chief on it. But currently, parking enforcement is not done by sworn police officers with all that training.
We have, I don't know who's driving the cars, but we have a lot of police automobiles from Auburn that go through the Walmart parking lots and stuff. Are them people not police officers that are driving them cars through the parking lots?
Sometimes they're just patrolling, but most of the time they're there because of a call for service. That's our highest call location for calls for services, Walmart. Second would be Hannaford. So they are in those 2 parking lots quite frequently.
And I know I've mentioned this to you and the other managers we've had. That is another thing that we need to be looking at. Walmart takes up 3/4 of our time, and in the long run, I'm not so sure if they pay enough money to us in this city to have them sitting there to take up all our law enforcement time. So, that's something else that we probably should have on our table to be looking at, that takes up all this time that we have police officers up there.
We have time for one more, just kind of brief thing. Councilor McLeod, you had your hand up?
I was just going to piggyback off Councilor Walker. If we're going to talk about parking enforcement, then we should look into see the cost of parking meters or a parking meter system for downtown to alleviate that role or help mitigate some of the parking problems we have for staffing issues as well. Just to kind of dovetail into that.
Yeah, Council Walker's been part of that as one of our other committees on the park and display units and how we can save considerable amount of time, but also communicate to the public so they know where they should be parking, because that's a frustration with the public on where can I park and how long can I park there.
So with that said, that's good. I'm glad if we had a time of opportunity, if you would, during a workshop, kind of open it up a little bit. We got about 7 minutes. Take a little break. We'll go off air. We'll come back. We'll have a regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you. I'd like to call to order the workshop of August 3rd, 2020. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Singing.
Okay, first on the agenda is consent items, which we have none of, so we're going to move on to the minutes for the July 20th regular council meeting. Are there any corrections? None being, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the July 20th, 2020 regular city council meeting.
So moved. Second.
That was good.
Second.
I got a motion from Councilor Carey and a second from Councilor McLeod. Thank you for being polite. McLeod. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstained? None being. Minutes are approved by a vote of 7-0. Next, we're on to communications, presentations, and recognition. And I get to start first. So today, excuse me, hold on one second, please. Today, I would like to recognize Mr. Rick Whiting from the Auburn Housing Authority. The former, I should say, recent former executive director. Hold on one second. I will say that since COVID kind of started happening, I haven't done one of these, so I'm a little out of practice. Can you hear? Okay, here we go. First, Rick, if you could come up here, please, that'd be great. Just like to talk about Rick Whiting here. I got to know Rick about 3 years ago, and wealth of knowledge. Little did I realize when I was talking to someone who has been serving the city of Auburn for over 34 years in his current capacity. But he's a lifelong Auburn resident. If memory serves me correctly, I heard it from my grandparents. He used to work at Wallingford's, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a long time and a wealth of knowledge for Auburn. And not just his service with the Auburn Housing Authority was just anything but just normal. So Rick had the foresight to integrate historic preservation with increasing the mission statement of Auburn Housing Authority. And actually, if we could come out here, Rick. Thank you. And actually doubling the amounts of units that serve our disadvantaged citizens as well as our seniors. It's taken some great historic buildings, such as the Vincent Fruit Building, and converted that into really unique and one-of-a-kind units here in the state of Maine, frankly. But it just doesn't end there. 2010, comprehensive plan. You volunteered your time and energies to help craft that plan, which you were just talking about. Believe it or not, it's time for review. So I'm sure the years have flown by. Our 2019 strategic plan, you volunteered a lot with that, and I thank you. And even walking folks around and giving guided tours of our historic buildings in our downtown. All of these activities really make a difference, not just to the city, but to the people who call the city home. And for that, I'd like to present to you this. I think it's well-deserved. It's an official key, fake solid gold, key to the city of Auburn. It truly is fake. We are in a budget. And you're welcome. It doesn't unlock anything except my office, but you can have it if you want. That, and I'd like to give you a coin too. It's a limited edition Auburn coin. And Rick, I'd like the council to join me in giving Rick a round of applause here and thanking him for all the years of dedicated service. And we'll get some pictures at this time. Rick, if you could come up here. And, you're not off the hook yet. So there's still a lot for you to do.
Found it.
Steps in today. Okay.
Oh, good picture.
Good photo.
Oh, look at that.
Very nice.
Oh, it worked. Okay, perfect. Okay, so next on the communication, presentation, recognition agenda item, our agenda is COVID-19 update with City Manager Kroll, our Deputy Fire Chief Matt Flyfield, and Fatuma Hussain. Fatuma, if you could come in, Fatuma.
Fatuma will be making her way in. Just before everyone gets started, I'd like to just give an update on the council. As you know, The Keeping Maine Healthy grant that was came out from the state of Maine through the governor's office. We applied for that in round one. We received just over $350,000 for that round. This is really focused on education, public awareness, and focusing on ensuring that we have the proper PPE to be able to submit and be able to put into the right hands, as well as we also included funding for businesses. There was a second round that became available that we applied for. We just submitted that on Friday. We should know more by the first of next week. We submitted an additional $190,000 for additional programs, projects that we are trying to move forward with. One thing regarding the businesses, we had a great meeting with the chamber regarding our collaboration with them on being able to reach out to Auburn and Lewiston's businesses with consistent messaging. And one thing that we'll be providing, we want to make sure that consistent messaging is so that one business doesn't feel that they may be doing something that another business isn't doing. And so if we're able to put consistent messaging out on signs and make them available to the businesses, then everyone will look the same regardless of what business you shop in. It'll be up for that business if they want to use those signs, but we're really going to encourage some consistent signage, as well as providing a kit for some of these businesses just with additional PPE, additional materials that they can make available, and just really a good opportunity for outreach. We will be rolling that out and taking it out on the ground and bringing it right out to the businesses. So picture large truck going around and making stops at all the businesses and trying to ensure that we are working with them to assist them with supplies and materials that are available. We'll have all that on the truck and we'll be making it available to them. That's part of that grant that we received. We allocated funds just for that. The other piece of our outreach has been focused on connecting with our immigrant community, which is why I asked Fatuma to attend today, just to talk with what we've been doing with Fatuma. And Fatuma Hussein is part of the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine, and she's been collaborating with us, with the rec department, on part of our Groceries to Go program, and she'll be able to provide you with what she's been able to work on and members in the community that she is connecting with. I'd ask Deputy Chief Fifield to talk about his regular COVID update. So if you could do that, Matt, that would be great.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Levesque. Currently in the state of Maine, 3,541 confirmed cases, 429 probable cases, bringing our total cases in the state of Maine 3,970. Currently today, we have recorded 124 deaths from COVID-19. Cumulative hospitalizations, 389. Total recoveries, 3,396. Brings our active caseload in our state 450 active cases. Here in Androscoggin County, 492 confirmed cases, 56 probable cases, bringing our total to 548 total cases. 7 deaths in Androscoggin County, 42 cumulative hospitalizations, 486 total recoveries. Brings our active caseload 55 in our county. In Auburn, currently there are 111 cumulative cases. Lewiston, 337 cumulative cases. Speaking of testing, currently, as of today, 182,000 tests have been completed in the state of Maine, bringing our positivity rate down to 2.67%. Our 7-day average ending last week, 0.95%. In comparison, that is well below the national average at 8%. As well, on Friday, the 24-hour positivity rate was 0.67%. Currently, patients being hospitalized in the state of Maine, 12 patients total, 3 of them in critical care, and 1 being assisted by a ventilator. 151 critical beds available, 266 vents available, and 444 alternative ventilators available. As I did in my last time we met, I compared some of the numbers from some time before. So I'll reach back to July 22nd when I was here before you. At that time, we had 3,723 total cases. In comparison, we have 3,970 today. Cumulative hospitalizations at July 22nd, 377. Today, we're at 389. That's statewide. Recoveries, July 22nd, 3,159. Today, we're at 3,396. Active cases on July 26, 435, and today 450. In Androscoggin County, 513 total cases on July 22nd and 548 today. Total hospitalizations, 38 in our county on July 22nd and 42 today. 472 recoveries on July 22nd and 486 today. Bring our active caseload at 35 on July 22nd and 55 today. By comparison, July 22nd, Auburn had 108 cases. As a reminder, we're at 111 today. Lewiston had 310 cases. Lewiston stands at 337 today. I'll speak briefly on a couple other topics, one of them being the outbreaks in our county. Currently, Central Maine Medical Center has 14 confirmed cases as part of the outbreak that originated at Marshwood Healthcare Facility in Lewiston. Marshwood has recorded 21 cases for a total of 35 cases. Often I'm doing work with the Auburn School Committee and working with them on the safety precautions, so I'll provide a quick update on that. On Friday, the state of Maine presented the green categorization for all counties in Maine. I want to speak on that because I think it's important that green doesn't mean school is open as it has been in the past, but that means open to in-person learning, utilizing the 6 safety precautions the state has outlined, and those are symptom screening, physical distancing, face coverings, hand hygiene, use of PPE, and return to school protocols. Happy to report, finally, our summer rec programming is continuing to grow and expand, and I'm happy that the staff there is doing a wonderful job. No cases of COVID-19 in our system. They're reporting and dealing with their program all on their own and using all the guidance I've provided them. So it's certainly been a success to this point. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, just one quick question, if I could, clarification. Do you have any data, Androscoggin County, Auburn, but Androscoggin County will do, on active cases under 18?
Active? I do not. What I do have, I did provide you in the weekly update today, as the state of Maine. It broke it down into percentages and age groups, and I believe under 20 accounted for less than 9% of the cases in the state of Maine.
Cumulative?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Fatuma, thanks for coming tonight.
Good evening. My name is Fatuma Hussain. I am an Auburn resident. I live on Hardscrabber Road and have been at the Immigrant Resource Center for the last 18 years. I work with City of Auburn, started with schools, and so the cultural broker in schools is directly linked to us and our work with Auburn. And since March, we've been organizing many entities around COVID-19 for our communities, particularly in Auburn. We've been working on 2 different issues. One is schools and reopening, and the other piece is COVID-19 needs. And we have done quite a bit of work around sharing information around testing, isolation, quarantine, masking, really doing outreach and canvassing, knocking on doors between distributing food in staple bags and materials, we have served over 150 families in Auburn in the last 4 to 6 weeks. We are going to continue to do that work. We've done a lot of work around family development. We've done quite a bit of work at the PAL Center, because that is our downtown. New Auburn is also another place that we've targeted, and a lot of families are really happy. They welcome us. We're speaking multiple languages. We have worked with the rec center really closely, and the senior center. Why should I forget that? And the senior center in Auburn gave us about 200 bags of fruits, and that was distributed last Thursday in the middle of the rain. And so it's been incredibly a wild ride, because we are putting in very long hours. On Wednesday this week, and Auburn has been at the center of all of this. We've been convening with them, working with them, ensuring that our residents, all residents, I want to say that we're not just targeting the new Maine population, but we are knocking on every door and really working with all residents. Have been getting quite a bit of information, hundreds of masks that we have also distributed. The rec center also gave us 200 masks and hand sanitizers that was also given away. So this Wednesday, DHHS wants to do mobile testing, and they have hired a contractor, and so both City of Auburn and Lewiston will be meeting with the department with this contractor to look at what mobile testing looks like. In terms of reopening and schools, we are also working with the school department directly for the needs of all of our families. Lastly, I'd like to say that I am an Auburn resident and believe in Auburn, and Auburn does have a lot of assets, and so we are working with an intern who is going to map out our services in Auburn to try to figure out. I don't like the idea of depending on Lewiston. I shouldn't say that publicly, but I'll say it.
Perfectly fine. That's acceptable.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And so I think what we want to do is really recognize the assets Auburn has in terms of collaboration, partnership, and also partner with who we have. But I think we do have a lot of service providers in here that we can sort of together consolidate or work together and do the necessary foundation that's needed for our city of Auburn, and also while working with other cities. But I think we can do much better. And so we're going to be working with the rec center to really figure out what those pieces are. But a lot of good work, and I think what COVID-19 has done is bring us all together. We work with our police department very closely as well, and so here we are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatuma. And, Fatuma was probably one of the first calls that we made as a city as far as doing some outreach, knowing that by doing canvassing, you have that face-to-face contact. With that face-to-face contact, they can be encouraging about testing, talking about that. And Fatuma also brings in a component regarding workforce and how to ensure that proper communication with those who feel that they have to go to work no matter what, they have to be there. Fatuma is able to talk about the importance and what the laws are regarding requiring them to be attending work when they should be tested and they shouldn't be going into work. So it's more than just here's a mask and here's some supplies. It's really having good dialogue and talking about what some of those other needs, especially with some of the homes have multiple families in the homes, and how to ensure that proper distancing is taking place within the homes and what they can do for resources to be able to assist in that. So it's been a great partnership, and we'll continue doing that. The other piece that we've been working on as a city has been regarding a response to the school department's plan for reopening. And so we are working through different scenarios currently on what that will look like. And knowing that they will have their meeting on Wednesday to get their finalized decision on what that reopening plan will look like. We have had some changes within the state, and Matt, can you just highlight, we went from 6 feet to 3 feet in schools or something along those lines. Can you just talk about that for distancing?
Yeah, certainly. On the recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics, they did narrow that social distance with children, but the confusing part about that is people have read the 3 feet to be without any precautions, and that 3 feet is with precautions at all times. So in order to not wear a mask, you need to be 6 feet or more apart.
Great. So we're incorporating that into our programming as well for rec, and as well as what we're doing as we're planning for a potential response to what do we need to do as a community when we have 50% of the student population that could be home and maybe uncared for. What kind of programming could we make available? So that is all happening. We'll have plans ready after their decision to decide how best to respond. So.
Thank you. I just want to give kudos to the city manager and to Fatuma and the New Manor Community Collaborative. This is 7 days a week. I'm sure many people are doing that, but I see the work that Fatuma is doing and seeing how the city manager and Auburn have really been at the forefront of collaborating on this work. It's not always easy. It's a lot of time and energy, but it really is something that I think is unique for our city, and I'm very proud of it.
Can I just say that my friend Phil has really been instrumental in paving the way and really creating an environment where all of our residents feel included and attended to. And so it was very important for us to really show that on the ground. And when at the PAL Center, I was talking to this young man, and he said, I said, can I give you the mask, and can I give you a piece of bread, and can I give you food? And he said, thank you. Because sometimes when people are from different races, people feel very, not sure how to approach. And so and he said, if only people could just wear their masks, the only way we can get rid of this disease is wearing masks and social distancing. And so to have that kind of interaction and confidence, and it does bring our communities together and closer to each other. So I really appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all very much for all the work you're doing on this. And I think we'll move on. Phil, recovery?
Yeah, we'll go to recovery, and I'll ask Mark to come forward and talk about what he's doing currently and the work that's being done there.
Councilors, Mayor, good to see you. I have 3 or 4 things that I want to talk about as it relates to the recovery. We have just an update on the grocery program. I wanted to provide some stats on the grocery program of how that is affecting our community. And you got to remember that grocery program kind of molded itself also from our grab and go program. So Sabrina and the recreation staff who did a great job with creating that grab and go program, it kind of filtered into this grocery program. Right now we're impacting 118 families. That's about 281 individuals through that grocery program. And speaking of what Fatuma and the fruit, and some of the things that she received this past week, that was from a donation from Hannaford. Hannaford donated about 1,000 fruit and food packages for our grab and go our grocery program, but also for our summer campers as well. All of our summer campers actually got the same thing as well from that donation from Hannaford, and we're going to continue that relationship and cultivate that relationship. I'm also working with another partner who's possibly looking to provide also those types of donations to our grocery program, but also our summer camp program. I think we should say thank you to our community members who are coming out and saying, hey, how can we help? How can we assist? Here's the resources we have. How can we utilize our resources to help the city of Auburn and our community? And Hannaford was one of those, and other people who have stepped up during this whole process. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention about the school department, and we met with, City Manager Crowell, Assistant City Manager Wood, myself and Sabrina to talk about the different scenarios that might come down the pipeline with this ever-changing process of how we're going to work with the school department and how we might be able to assist. The mayor has been heavily involved in that as too, providing some suggestions, and it's great, we're pleased to think that everyone, looks to us, the recreation department, and how we might be able to assist that. We have some scenarios on paper we're planning with different things, everything from, just Wednesdays, some different opportunities during the week of how we might be able to assist that process, because we know the school department's going to be in a very challenging position with a very different school year coming up. And if we can provide some assistance in that, that's part of that recovery process. To also highlight on some of the things that that City Manager Kroll mentioned, I'll provide a little bit more detail about the grant, the second round grant. Some of the other things that we asked for within that grant are some metal bleachers that, we can clean and disinfect. Right now, we have some wood, we have some wooden bleachers that people actually really can't use, simply because we can't properly disinfect and clean. So we've asked for some of that. The signage is important. From an education standpoint, a lot of the things that we heard from the survey was how can we continue to be educated about COVID-19, and then what's in place in our community right now to help us stay safe. So some of those signage components that were put into that grant are pretty crucial to us being able to handle that and to educate the community about what's going on. Also, other things that are part of that, in that the relationship with the chamber is going to be very important, from a standpoint of how we can be proactive instead of reactive to our community and our small businesses. And part of this second grant was also part of tourism, and how we can continue to have our state be strong within the tourism industry. I'm actually going on a phone call on Thursday with the chamber and other tourism individuals to talk about not just what's happening now, but as the seasons change, the weather's going to get colder, and this outdoor seating and some of the things that we have right now might not be so suitable, come October, come November, especially if we're still in this situation. So we're going to start brainstorming, with those individuals. It's not just local, but it's statewide. I'm on that phone call at 8 a.m. in the morning on Thursday, and I'll hopefully be able to report some more information about what other statewide individuals are looking at as it relates to that issue. And then I think, yeah, that pretty much covers the four things that I wanted to talk about as it related to the recovery.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goslin. Appreciate that. We're going to move on now. Chief Moen, could you please communicate with us about the 2020 Burn Jag grant application?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This year we received another allocation of the Burn Jag grant program, which is funded by the Department of Justice. It allows us to do certain projects throughout the budget year that would not usually be typically accomplished without the use of this grant funding. And this year, for your review, so we can submit the application, is the breakdown of the $14,000 that we received. And we will be purchasing 2 Microsoft Surface tablets for our cadets that go to the academy. With the distance learning they have going on now, laptops are now required equipment for them at the academy. We will be expanding our traffic calming equipment with an additional 2 pole-mounted speed monitoring signs that will be placed in various neighborhoods throughout the city. Also, $4,500 for tourniquets and holders for all of our officers. One of the things that we've learned over the years with trauma, wound care, and whatnot is the application of tourniquets are playing a much more effective role in treatment of injuries. And then also, we're going to be doing another round of cop cards as part of our community policing efforts. We had them about 10 years ago, and with this funding, we're going to be able to get new cop cards for all of our staff to be able to hand out to kids throughout the neighborhoods and whatnot.
So this is one of the requirements is that this is just brought before you for your acknowledgement and for some feedback, but really there's certain tight parameters on this grant on what you can do, certain percentages that you can allocate for different funding, and so that was one of our requirements, was to hold this meeting and to advise you of the expenditures. There's no action by the council on this matter.
Right. I want to autograph Chief Moen cop card.
One, Mr. Mayor.
I know where that's going. Right on my wall, my office. Thank you very much, Chief. Next, we have a Texas Senate Finance presentation on Future Guard. Mr. Mike Chamings and Mr. Brett Sawyer.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. We're actually going to be doing a brief presentation on a TIF that we already reviewed in executive session, so we're bringing it forward to a workshop. There really hasn't been any changes on it, so pretty much what we're looking at is just bringing this TIF out into the public after we've vented it and into executive session due to the negotiations with the business owner, and we'll be looking at finalizing this TIF for the 8th, September 8th meeting, because we'll have to have a 10-day notification period for public input and public hearing, for public input, then a public hearing on the 8th, and at that point in time, it'll be approved to be forwarded to the state of Maine. So Brett's going to briefly go back over this TIP presentation. You have seen it once before. It's probably tightened up a little bit with some numbers and given some examples of what we did on the Stetson Road related to the expenditures of these funds.
All right, thank you, Michael. As Michael mentioned, we are working with Future Guard, a company here out on Merrill Road. They are going through some tremendous growth right now. They do some high-quality awnings. So what they're looking to do is they're looking for a 65,000 square foot expansion at their current facility. This would be a 51,000 square foot manufacturing space, 10,000 square foot showroom, 3,000 square foot entrance and lobby. There's going to be an estimation of about $10 million in investment between real estate and personal property, bringing with it 20 good paying jobs.
We don't have the presentation available.
If you go through the slides, it's in there. Just go down a few more pages.
So that was the information that I went over. They are also considering another considerable expansion after this one, so that would be captured in this TIF district if we do capture this TIF district at this time. What we would be looking to do, and this is an important point, is we'd be looking to capture the tax shift, which, just as a refresher, is the money that the city would lose through education subsidies, county taxes, and state revenue sharing. By capturing that approximate 52%, we could capture almost $1 million with $700,000 toward the Mirror Road and Hotel Road intersection, $150,000 toward public safety buildings, and then toward the end of the project, we realized that there was going to need to be some wastewater filtration expense. We're looking at about $150,000 there.
I'm sorry, that's a credit enhancement agreement, so it's a $150,000 reimbursement over the life of the TIF for the project owner to pay for that wastewater treatment.
Correct. The bulk of the funds would be to go right back to Merrill Road and the intersection at Hotel and Merrill Road. This is a project that will need to be done no matter if we capture this TIF or not in the coming couple of years. There's a project estimate of $1.15 million. The TIF district could save the taxpayers upwards of $700,000. And again, if they do expand more, we may be able to capture funds for this whole road project. That's just the estimate based off of the current 65,000 square foot. A recent example of a success story, Stetson Road. We captured funds for the memory care out there, and it has paid wholly for this project out there, redoing the Stetson Road. And because it came in under budget, the road did, we actually will be able to do some more road improvements. A recent addition to the TIF policy through the state allows for public safety facilities. You can capture up to 15% of your captured value to go toward public safety facilities, fire department, or your police station. Final piece to this would be the credit enhancement agreement that we just mentioned. The Lewiston Auburn Water Pollution Control Authority indicated that they needed several pricey wastewater filtration systems. So they've already purchased one. They needed an additional 2 systems at a total price of $205,000. This calculation that we have in front of us would return about $150,000 to help offset those costs. That's the presentation. I don't know if there's any input.
I'd just like to summarize before I open up some questions. I think that slide right there you have, this is projected new taxes of 1.9 million. This is over, I'm sorry, a 10-year or 20?
That is a 23-year term.
23-year term, 1.9 million, none of which we have today. The amount of the general fund is 917,000, which would be about the same amount that we'd have if it was a non-TIF project and the state deducted or penalized us, if you would, for the increase in value through loss of school funding, road funding, and so forth.
Correct.
And then we are now, because of that captured value, able to pay for projects, i.e. Stetson and Merrill Road, that is in dire need of repair for all the residents and other businesses that live on that road. Public safety, offsetting what otherwise would be general fund expenditures, correct? Okay. And then over 23 years, a reimbursement of taxes paid of only $149,000 versus 1.9 million. So we're looking at a total, quick math, 7% of all taxes paid over a 23-year period
Correct.
will be reimbursed.
Correct.
Just to break it down, Council, hopefully that was a little helpful. Just a summary, but this is great. Thank you. Councilor Zani.
Just quickly, the funds for public safety, do we just get to hold on to them until we expend them, or is there a life with which we have to expend them?
Yeah, they recently changed that, the time frame when you could expend that, but now you can bank those up and reserve those. So normally, I'm big on using these funds for infrastructure to improve our infrastructure, to expand the development. Just like here, you'll see this get developed further because of those sewer systems that we're going to put back into it. Because we are planning on doing a public safety building in the near future, that's why we started including them into the TIF. They just allowed that last year, but if we weren't planning a project, we certainly wouldn't include that in there. We would put that right back into infrastructure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or clarifications? We're not voting on this tonight, but this will come up shortly. Councilor Boss?
Similar vein, is this a firm earmark of those funds for the public safety facility, or is it a proposal?
So when we bring this to, we'll put this out for a 10-day notice, and then for public input, then it'll be a public hearing on the 8th, then this council will vote on it. Then once you're approved, it goes to the state of Maine, and then they review it to make sure it's in alignment with state law. Once they approve it, then those funds are earmarked by percentage, not by dollars. These are guesses. Don't get me wrong. All those numbers you put on there for the values, we do best guess we can through assessors and everything else. But those funds are dedicated by those percentages.
So they're dedicated. Thank you.
I'd like to just follow up clarification for Councilor Boss. Let's say everything works out exactly your spreadsheet is. And I want to just restate your question to make sure I got it right. Are you talking about the $150,000 that's earmarked or set aside for public safety? Are you saying, or could we ask, in that whole world of public safety, does it have to be expended upon a public safety building? Could it be a public safety piece of fire apparatus, rehabilitation of an existing building? Is it locked into a specific project within public safety, or is it broad?
Yeah, I should have elaborated a little bit on 2 points. One, it's pretty much not for equipment, so it's going to be for a public safety building. The reason we put those in there is for the expansion or the building of a new police station. Those are the funds.
But it could be an expansion of a fire station.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
But so a tangible brick and mortar fire, police. Okay.
So on the other end of that, where I wanted to elaborate on, the percentage that if the building comes in $3 million higher, those amounts that come in will go to the city project. But we will cap the credit enhancement agreement, meaning if the amount on that spreadsheet shows that he would end up getting $300,000. We would not pay that. We would cap it at $149,000. So once they're paid, he'd get paid quicker because of the value. Once they hit that amount, then the credit enhancement agreement's been satisfied.
Is there any other further questions on this while we have it? Councilor Walker?
You come off the Merrill Road and you come to the Hotel Road, that whole intersection there is really stove up. Are you going to be able to come out into that intersection, taking that corner in, or are you only going to stay on the Merrill Road?
So obviously, we're not engineers, so we put the funds aside to have that design, but the project is to expand those lanes into that road, so that whole intersection would be improved. And by looking at their estimates, and I do my own estimates, but then we have an engineer, obviously a city engineer, they estimated to do a first-class job out there by their numbers.
Well, I just want you to know, if you're going to do that job, you need to come out into the Hotel Road, because the trailer trucks and everything else that stops there is staving that section up really bad, and you can hear them. They sound like they're, going into a great big hole as they're stopping and starting.
Yeah, fortunately there, the property, if we do need to expand over, Don Buto owns it, and that's the property, we would get an easement for him to move that lane over to that side.
Okay, so.
And I would just say, Michael, do you have the date on when this will be returning back to the council? Will it be the 17th or the 8th?
So it'll be ready for a public comment on the 28th, and then on September 8th, I believe that's when you're having your next meeting, that's when we would do that.
Yeah.
So that's depending on when you set that meeting.
Okay, that'd be great. And if I could just add, this is probably Brett's last meeting with us. Brett has taken a job in the private market, and so we hate to see him go, but Brett has done a tremendous job with us with the short amount of time that he's been here, and we really wish you the best, Brett.
Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you.
Have fun, Brett. No more 9 to 5 for you, buddy. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Next, Council Communications. I'd like to start off on my left, at large, Councilor Gary, and I'll just work my way around counterclockwise here. Again, communication, not reporting on committees. That happens a little bit later on in the meeting. Is there any communications, Councilor Gary, from you? Or your ward?
There's still a few issues going on at the community garden, and where it's getting so late in the season, I'm not sure what can be rectified to make it better than what it is there now. So at this point in time, I'm not going to pursue stuff, but I reserve the right at a future date.
Councilor
Nothing
Gary?
at this time.
None at this time.
Thank you. I did watch most of the city council that I missed. I give a lot of credit to people who do it all the time. I do have to say I was disappointed about the LFLP vote, because I think it really aligns very well with what the mayor has been looking at in terms of food
Is this
systems.
communication, or is this, I just want to make, there's nothing against the LFLP, I just want to make sure this is communication, not advocacy for anything. Does that make sense? We're trying to just avoid that advocacy aspect.
Okay. I hope in the future that we're able to do that.
It was tabled for a date certain, and that will happen in 3 months, a little less than.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Milks?
Nothing at this time?
Councilor Walker?
Nothing.
Councilor Boss?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Back to me, communications. Saturday, dedication of the Troy Barney's Court at the Gully. Very well attended activity. Thank you for the counselors who showed up. We did achieve tier status from Troy as well as his mom, so mission successful. It was really good to see, and I really think it starts, as Councilor McLeod and I were talking afterwards, kind of a new way of thinking about honoring people who are still with us while they can enjoy it and still do even more and feel incentivized. So I think it was a really wonderful event. Also, there is a chamber, if you haven't realized, the Chamber of Commerce is having their monthly breakfasts, some of which are virtual participation, and there are tickets available for some of them as well. I'm going to start attending them again starting August 13th. It's a presentation by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce virtually. I believe, or maybe even in person. So things are getting back. So those meetings that you might have attended or watched in the past, look for them again. They are there. They're coming back, and we always want to try to support them in their efforts as they move forward. So, Mr. Manager?
Nothing to report.
Okay, we'll be moving on right now. Open session. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business or any item that does not appear on the agenda. And I believe we have some folks that might want to speak. Assistant City Manager Wood is.
Ushering them in.
It's a good word. Was that a lack of that? What exactly is it? That's ushering. Hear, the Honorable Senator Ned Claxton, representing the City of Auburn.
I was listening as I came in. If I'm talking about the consolidation of voting, is that an agenda item down the road?
That's an agenda item, Senator.
Okay.
But I will say this.
I am enjoying the air conditioning.
I know, we have a little here. I would, and I don't want to put you on the spot. If you feel comfortable, I'd like to give you, it's always great to have you. And if there's any update that you'd like to give the council on what's happening in Augusta, anything pertinent, or if you want to do electronically. And again, I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine, and I appreciate the opportunity. I don't think we're going to get together in Augusta in August. The way things are shaping up now, there's a disparity in leadership goals. There'll be another vote this week about getting back together, so we don't know how that's going to play out. The governor cannot access the rainy day fund without the legislature being in place, so there's an incentive to get us back together then, because we're going to have to tap that at some point to try and do something about the big hole in our budget this year and the next two. So those are all part of active conversations. Luckily, that's above my pay grade, so I don't have to worry about getting those people together. I'm just one of those people, and I don't think we're going to do it in August. And if we don't do it in August, then that makes it shakier until after our election and a new legislature. So it may not be until next year that the legislature reconvenes. That's the most pressing issue right now as far as I'm concerned, other than trying to get people their unemployment benefits, which I've been trying to do, yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator. So yes, I'd like to see you back here in a little bit if you'd like to speak on, I think it's the next agenda item, actually.
Can I have a seat right here?
Thank you.
Just gonna let Mike get.
Oh, Senator, you could, he's gone. So, Eddie, is there anybody else from open session, Mr. Wood? No? Okay, fair enough. I'll close this open session. We have no unfinished business on tonight's agenda, so we're going to be moving on to new business. First, under new business, we have a public hearing and vote on Order 90-0803-2020, approving the consolidation of polling places for the November 3rd, 2020 election. It's a public hearing and vote. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Got a motion from Councilor McLeod, a second from Councilor Boss. I'll now open this up for our public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please use the please come up to the podium and introduce yourself and where you live.
Hi, my name is Ned Claxton, and I live on Sunderland, that's where I used to live. Now I live on Danbury Drive in Auburn. I felt obliged to speak to the issue of consolidating voting sites, and I want to address three concerns that I think I've heard surfaced in the conversations about this issue. One related to the lack of volunteers to staff the various sites. I recollect that Portland had significant concerns too at one point, put out a message around the community, asked for volunteers, and were quite surprised at the number of people who turned out. So I don't think that having older folks not be able to staff the polls any longer is by itself a reason to not maintain as many voting sites as we can. The other one was to discuss the sites. I understand that some aren't as accessible as we'd like them to be because they're based in schools, and I totally respect that we have to treat schools differently in the current circumstances than we have. But at some place like Fairview, that's a direct access off of the parking lot, and you could lock that building up and prevent access to the gym, which I don't think is going to be used in a traditional way for the next several months anyway, next 6 months. And I also wondered about whether there had been consideration of using the Rollerdrome or the empty Office Max or Post 31 out on Washington as places where you could go in one door and out another. that might be usable. So I just wanted to make sure that I at least asked the question. I certainly can't be critical of a process that got us to the point of getting ready to decide, because I don't understand what the process was, nor do I need to. I just felt obliged as a responsible citizen to raise a couple of concerns. And the last one was about logistics of getting as many people as we need to through the Norway Savings Bank Arena. I guess we got close to 1,500 through there with primary. That could easily double with an animated voting pattern. So my guess is close to 3,000 based on anticipated voting at 80% and some other manipulation. So that's twice the volume we dealt with before, and I'm concerned that that won't be as easy to manage in that one site as we'd hoped. I have no idea what it's like to get cars in and out of that parking lot in a timely manner and get people access. So mostly it was in terms of supporting as many voting places as possible, as close to where they have been before. If the council elects to move forward with the decreasing it to 2 sites, one in Auburn Hall and one up at the arena, then I would ask that we consider mailing return envelopes with ballots to everybody, every registered voter in the city, and that we consider changing the path of the purple bus to go by those polling sites where people have traditionally gone, to get them up to the arena for that day when that was appropriate. So I just wanted to think outside the box a little bit. I want to respect the work that's been done, but I felt obliged to raise something given how crucial voting rights are for our democracy. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Senator. Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak tonight on this issue? No? Clear? Very good, thank you. Okay. I will now close the public hearing aspect of this. Bring it back to the council. Council discussion, but before we have council discussion, we do have a schematic up on the screen. I'd like to ask Phil or Sue if you could explain the schematic.
Sure. So one thing that we worked on, as the senator mentioned, the primary election that took place at the Norway Savings Bank Arena was done on the second floor in the mezzanine, where we had flow of traffic going up with the use of the elevator. If we were to consolidate all 5 polling locations to the Norway, we would use Rink 2. We'd be able to use the main entrance. We'd be able to bring people in. They would basically, the line would go up. They would then break into 5 wards, so there would be, there would be no one line to then get to your ward. It would just be broken into the five wards. They'd be able to proceed through and then be able to exit the same area anyway of where they came in, but exit right out into the parking lot. Mark was able to do up this for us as he works these rink designs for other shows and different things that he has. One thing that Sue had mentioned was the importance of breaking this out by wards and not having just people coming in being your last name, all A through C would go to one area. The importance of having it by ward, because there are sometimes specific ballots that will be used for certain wards. So, and we want to talk about consistency, and we want to make sure that it's a process where people are comfortable with going, and they will be the same process each and every time that they come. And so that was the determination for this. Other pieces in here is great signage. And I think that's one thing that Mark has been talking about, is getting good signage so people know where they're going, so they're communicating well. So that way those who are coming in will have that. The other piece that we provided for you in the agenda packet was the breakdown of the 35 locations that we reviewed, many of which the senator talked about. As you see, what we were looking at was that, is there a possibility where all of those, could they potentially be used? How many of them could be consolidated into more than one location, one ward rather, into a location? And then what were our options for full consolidation? So we did identify 3 locations within the community that could be a complete all 5 wards consolidated. That would be Norway Savings Bank, East Auburn Baptist Church, and the Hilton Garden Inn. Those are the 3 facilities that are large enough with parking that could handle that. And then obviously we would need to work with transit on if any of those were chosen. Some of those would be much easier. Obviously, Hilton Garden and our transit transfer station is right there in the parking lot. But what we also talked about was for consistency. I think, again, a lot of this goes back to consistency, making sure that we are, if we're making a decision, making a change, will this be able to withstand over time so people know this is where they go. And so why our recommendation was Norway Savings Bank Arena is because that's a facility we have control over. And so we have access to that, we can schedule around that. The other 2 locations, we would be really at the mercy of those locations on whether or not they would be available in future years. So that's why we focused on Norway Savings Bank Arena. We had a few other locations that are possible sites. Central Maine Community College, lots of challenges there. If you go up, on non-COVID schedule, when you're going to the college, looking at it with no school going on or anything else, and there's a lot of parking available. The moment that they have class operation is the moment that your parking is very limited on what you have available. But that is a venue that could hold it, but we knew that would be a concern. And the fact that it's in such close proximity to the Norway Savings Bank Arena, it just made more sense to stay with Norway. One of our concerns about reducing, if we choose not to have 5 locations, what we really have to evaluate is whether or not it makes sense for us to use Norway, even for a consolidation of saying 3 wards, because the moment we take over the Rink 2, the entire building is not usable for the entire day. That's lost revenue for us as well. So using that location for even 3 wards would be challenging to do that and to anticipate shifting those programmings for the cost revenue that we would lose for just the 3. Because 3 wards in Rink 2 it's a lot. It's a lot of space for just 3 wards. So. Obviously we talked about Auburn Hall. We have never tested 2 wards here. We've always had 1 ward. It's been Ward 3, it's been Ward 4, so we've had multiple wards have voted here over time, but never combined. So there are some things that we could do to make that work. Obviously clearing out a big portion of the parking garage. We have a lot of seniors that just do not like to go in that parking garage. For whatever reason, parking garages, they're not, it's a challenge. So I see many of them will park in 84 Court Street in that lot that the city owns right next to 84 and walk over that steep embankment. It's just not a safe practice. So we'd have to do some things regarding maybe working on some parking in the lot that's outside of that. But by doing that, we now push the walking from that lot to the building is quite considerable. So there's some things that we would need to work at to try to make that work. We're currently running food programming out of the Auburn Senior Community Center. That will be shifting in September, but what it'll be shifting to is we will most likely need to use some of that space, and we're trying to identify what space we'll use for some of the school programming as we look at it. We want to try to keep the community center available for our seniors, so we're looking at Hasty for that. But if we're shifting Hasty building, then that means that really shifts all the other programming. And it's just for one day, but it does have impacts. And it would certainly have an impact on a Tuesday with locations that we're trying to identify as far as where students who are not in school, would be going. And I think the other one that I probably want to highlight is, I think I already mentioned about the Hilton Garden Inn. Yeah, I think that's it. I think those are the ones. As you can see, all the other ones, I'm sorry, Boys and Girls Club was the other one. We did talk with Boys and Girls Club. Councilor Walker had mentioned about the elevator that is back and serviceable. That space would be accessible. There's certain criteria that Sue has to report to the state as far as these locations. It does meet those requirements, except for parking. Parking is really limited there. There's 10 spaces that are in a lot. and then the rest would be street parking. We did go around about a 2-block area to identify how many spaces would be available if no one was parking on the street. And I think we identified just about 80 spaces that are on the streets that somebody could park and walk to the Boys and Girls Club. However, they also would not be able to provide programming, and they're also looking at taking a look at what their after-school programming will be because of the school changes. So they're obviously willing to do, work with us on that, but a lot of concerns. We mentioned Rollerdrome last time. I think Senator Clarkson also mentioned Rollerdrome. We've had conversations. Mark's talked with them. Mark, do you just want to highlight the concerns is really about the floor, right?
It's really about their floor. Their floor, just like the arena, is their product in regards to roller skating, and that limits what they put on the floor. Everything from tables and chairs and dragging tables and chairs on that floor. It's very specific, has to be very well maintained, and then also at the same time is the time of year that we're talking about, November, about tracking in dirt, snow, whatever it might be on their floor. So in conversation with them, it's not ideal situation for them to host it as well. And then also to piggyback on some things as it relates to the drawing and it relates to what you saw up on the screen. When it comes to parking, we will be dedicating the facility to to polling. So there would be no competition for parking for Rink 1 for any other activities. The parking lot would be designated strictly for polling. That day is strictly just for polling. So, and we would also increase the number of handicap spots as well out front. For the, in the case that we have a large influx of those individuals that might need handicap parking, we'd be able to adjust for that. Also, as it relates to the amount of people coming into the Norway Savings Bank Arena and how many we can line up in the queue, as it relates to volume, we would be able to, in the queue, inside Rink 2, with today's social distancing, with 6 feet apart, we would probably be able to put up to 100 people in the queue, which I think is pretty significant, and be able to accommodate an election like this. As they're waiting along the side on Ring 2, there's also bleachers. So if those individuals who might get tired from standing, or if we do have a long line, we would have seating there as well. And also we also thought about any ADA or handicap accessible individuals getting some extra wheelchairs in case some people need them as well. So those are the things that we've kind of come into place as it relates to a process of getting people through the line, through each ward section, and then out the building back into the parking lot.
So if I could, I'm going to open this up obviously to questions in a minute. I just want to summarize some of this stuff for everybody, okay? And I asked Phil, or the city manager rather, to put up a list, which is also in your agenda packet, of all the potential polling places. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to highlight a couple things that haven't been mentioned about this entire list. One, when choosing locations, you have to look at the consistency, obviously, from one election to another election to the following elections, which means we're not just thinking about November here, we should be thinking about the future. Human nature, change is difficult, it always is. Moving from to what we did with here and Norway Savings Bank as a test run was change. Did we receive many comments or complaints, Sue? Were there a lot of disenfranchised people during the July election?
I personally did not receive any complaints.
Okay.
I know that there were a couple of people that made comments at the arena that Mark talked about, but it was probably 2 or 3, I would guess.
What were the nature of the complaints, Mark?
One individual just liked the fact that it was convenient. The school that he voted at was right next to his house.
Okay.
So, I mean, that was it wasn't the basic of the venue. It was just more of, the individual just enjoyed having the polling location.
Did we get any complaints at all throughout the city or council of people saying they could not vote because of the change in polling locations? Was anybody disenfranchised?
Nobody was disenfranchised, but
Good.
it was.
So, I'm sorry?
It was difficult for some people.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I remember voting from a sandbox in the military. That was difficult. That was disenfranchising at best. This question is important. Now, if we look at this list, so it was difficult, but not impossible. A lot of these if we think about having an election or a polling location at a for-profit business, that raises certain ethical concerns for me. Whether or not what we're paying, how we're paying, is it a discount, is it a perceived discount, is it perceived favoritism going on? I think that's something that we need to be thinking about as well, looking at this list. And I also want to look at how we're changing, and are we really disenfranchising folks? We talk about bus a lot, but according to my calculations, and I talked briefly with city administration, the only polling place right now that has direct bus access is City Hall. Everything else is a walk from the nearest bus stop. In Norway, we can make our buses land, and correct me if I'm wrong here, we can make our buses land at the front door of Norway Savings Bank?
Yes.
Okay. We've confirmed that with LATC?
They provided it for this last one.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So those are some things that just during my research I want to bring up. At this point, I'd like to open this up to the floor for council for debate. And one more thing, and I'll come out to Councilor Boss here first, but remember what we have going on here is we actually have a motion on the floor for a specific order. Okay, I'd like to, obviously you don't have to listen to me on this one, but open this up for questions, debate, and so forth until we're ready to make that, if there is an amendment to the motion. Make sense? Fair? So open up, Councilor Boss.
I'd like to, in our conversation, I think it would be worthwhile prioritizing having our polling locations coming out of schools. I think that that's a good thing, even if it's not in a time of COVID, which it can't support right now regardless. So I'm glad that we don't have schools on this list. Prioritizing taking them out of schools, utilizing city-owned facilities, looking at our ward distribution so that we can try to maintain some semblance of our former neighborhood polling process. And then also increasing or having the highest number of polling locations that we can. I know that this looks like a nice process, but I think that I'm hearing from a lot of community members who are very strong in their desire to have as many polling locations as possible. And I agree with that. I think that it's an important part of our democratic process. So I think that having 3 locations, if I'm looking at this list, if we can have Norway in Ward 1, Auburn Senior Community Center in Ward 2, Auburn Hall in Ward 4, and between those 3 locations distribute all of our 5 wards, I think that hits on all of those priorities, which I acknowledge are my own.
I'm sorry, can you repeat, just before can you repeat that ward distribution that you were talking about?
Norway Savings Bank Arena I see on this list is in Ward 1, Auburn Senior Community Center is in Ward 2, and Auburn Hall is in Ward 4. So we need to find a location for 3 and 5. But what I'm saying is
you want one, you're looking at one polling place per ward?
saying utilize those 3 locations for all 5 wards, but what we should be prioritizing is having as many locations spread out as possible. Because I think that we can't underestimate. I don't think that just because we didn't hear anything from people doesn't mean that there's not challenges. We know nationwide that transportation is an issue. Our disadvantaged populations are individuals with disabilities, people who have difficulty reading. All of these things form challenges and barriers to voting, and reducing polling locations causes more challenges and barriers.
Those studies show that the increase in absentee ballots were specifically designed for those people with disabilities or the people that have a hard time accessing. That's why it's there. It's been used, absentee voting has been used for at least 100 plus years. And looking back at Auburn's history, before cars, before accessible public transportation, they walked.
So my
from East
proposal,
Auburn down to downtown.
Thank you. So my proposal is those 3 locations for all 5 wards, in addition to further supporting our absentee process. So as the senator mentioned, we should be mailing out ballots to everybody who's a registered voter. And I think having additional boxes for drop-offs is really critical. There are a lot of communities who are having more ballot drop-off boxes spread out throughout their community so that it's more accessible for people.
So let's talk about these, because I mean it's obviously not an emotion, but let's break this down a little bit. Talk about poll workers first, Sue. This is coming back from our last meeting, and then secondly, drop boxes.
Okay, first, I want to make a comment that it's not at our discretion to mail ballots to every registered voter. That's something that has to come from the state. That's not something that we have discretion over. drop off ballot boxes. I've ordered one. It's been 8 weeks. It hasn't come in yet. My understanding is that it's going to be at least another 2 weeks. So if we, and because they're in such high demand right now, if we were to order another one, it would probably take 10 or 12, maybe longer, weeks before it would come in.
So mail-in ballots are not in our control. Ballot boxes are on back order. And then there's also state laws requiring the periodic checking of ballot drop boxes.
The ballot drop boxes are accessible by the clerk only, or an assistant or deputy clerk. So it would have to be clerk staff that would be going around and checking the ballot.
How often? Daily, weekly?
Oh, it would have to be at least once a day, at least once a day.
Okay, so that's Councilor Carey?
Getting back to the box security, as someone who had boxes all over the city.
You're a post office delivery
I have
person, right?
boxes all over the city. That's not the only thing that you have to worry about. You have to secure those boxes to a base that can't be removed, or it makes it very difficult to remove, and you have the very specific locks you have to have, and Sue stated only her office would have the keys to those, so that's another thing to consider when you're putting these out. You have to make them accessible through parking lots, and you don't want them near the roads.
Is there any other comments, questions? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, the CDC, which a kind constituent gave me the web link, it recommends, it says, crowd and line management. Consider increasing the number of polling places available for early voting and extending the hours of operation. Maintain or increase the total number of polling places available to the public on election day to improve the ability to social distance. Unless there is no other option, do not increase the number of potential registered voters assigned to each polling place. Maximize the line as such as possible, specifically lightly spaced queues in small indoor spaces, which is, well, I know this is what you're just talking about, but the CDC is saying more, not less, and I'm tending to agree with it. I put the question out to the next door email publication. Most all of them do not want a one-place polling place. Some of them will accept 3, but most do not. They want all 5 polling places. I also got nailed for putting it in Mr. Gray's Civility and Politics, because somehow when I copied it from the Sun Journal, it didn't put whatever everybody else does. So I got nailed for swiping a news story. But I stuck it out and didn't take it down. And they too advocated more than 1 polling place, more than 3 if possible. Other thing is, that's a stupid, no disrespect to the council boss, that's a stupid idea just to randomly mail out absentee ballots to our current citywide voting list, because as no matter how up to date the state and the city tries to make it, it isn't. So ballots are going to land where they're unintended, and nobody will keep track of how it's, I mean, today in our society, a lot of people, when they go vote, they haven't re-registered, and they're still voting at the same place, even though they live in another part of the town. So that makes it even harder for that absentee ballot to go to that right person. It can be left at their house, it could be left in the mailbox, anybody could sign it, throw it back in, and that person wouldn't know. Heck, they could even be in Lewiston or Portland or some other. So then you run the risk of more duplicates voting, I mean, same person voting in multiple districts. And again, I don't mean any disrespect.
You can direct your apologies to the good senator for whom brought it forward.
So,
But he also mentioned, I can understand.
a lot of this is a state issue.
Right, that's a state issue, so that we're
Right.
not, either
Moot
way, it's
point.
not us, yeah.
It's a moot point. There's a lot of things
Right.
here that are state controlled, and if I could just, and I'll give you the floor right back, just a couple things,
you.
you touched a couple points here. We know that absentee ballots, we've had early voting, if you want to call it that, or absentee ballots out for quite a long time. So we think about it, we always will, well, at least this election, have City Hall as a polling place. What's the deadline? So if you have these numbers handy, I just want to put things in context for everyone. Total number of voters or votes in 2016?
It was 72%, approximately 11,000.
About 11,000, okay, yep. So 11,000 voters. Do you know approximately how many of those were early votes / absentee?
It was 28% were absentee.
28% of the total 11,000, so we're looking at 3 grand. 3,000. Okay, so 3,000 people either mailed in an absentee ballot, your office went to.
It was actually about 45.
I'm sorry?
4,500.
Okay, so 4,500.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And so that left a remainder of 6,500 that voted in person in 2016. At 6,500, I know you might not have it here, but I know you've talked about it, the number of voters on a per hour basis that are polling. You do have some data on that, correct?
Yeah, that is something that we use for our personal use, so I don't believe I have that for the last presidential. But yeah, I would have to try to
Did you,
do
when
the
you
math.
when you're looking at Norway Savings Bank and these other facilities, did you look at your max concurrent capacity or that peak time? Let's say it's noon to 1 p.m. And what that max capacity would you have 15 or 20% of the 6,500 projected there? And could you handle that? You talk about 100 people socially distancing apart and so forth in the queue. How many more would be in the actual voting process at that point? And could you handle that max concurrent capacity? So if you have it, great. If not, we can.
I can chat with Sue. We can figure that out. We're very confident that we'd be able to hold the capacity in the queue and moving people forward enough that I don't even think 100 people would be in the queue as they're going through the process of voting, especially in the busy times. I think we'll 100% be able to accommodate that process. Throughout that whole process, we're going to have, what you didn't see up on the model was how many volunteers are going to be working in the process to make the line move through that process efficiently. Everything from the front door, halfway down the left side as they reach the Zamboni entrance to come in, two more where the wards are to direct people as they go into the line. And then we can't be past that process. We were assuming same thing that we did at Norway. We can't be past the process of the table when they check in, but that's where Sue's volunteers will be able to help them move to the exits, and then we can have some people outside directing to the parking lot. So we have that process in place to be able to make sure that the line moves appropriately.
How many individuals is that for volunteers and poll workers for the?
I can tell you from our staff, we're going to have our full-time staff there. And again, this is going to be a dedicated day. It's going to be a normal day there where we're going to have our full and part-time staff there from 5:30 in the morning till about 10 o'clock at night. But with those 7 volunteers, that's just my staff, plus also some cleaning staff as well. We were cleaning every half hour for the primary. We were cleaning touch points every half hour. We plan on doing the same thing, for the presidential election as well. So not only will we have volunteers at the lines, but we'll also have the cleaning staff as well.
All together. Okay, Councilor Walker, and then, I'm sorry, Councilor Gary first. I'm going to come to Councilor Walker.
Thank you.
Finish, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good idea about a stamp I don't know why I'm stuttering tonight. stamped envelopes to return the absentee ballots. Can we use CARE money in order to pay the postage for the election? Could we use CARE money?
So, yeah, I'm sorry, good question. I was trying to give the mayor some numbers. So the state came out very clearly that those funds could not be used for the election because we did inquire regarding postage, and we were going to allocate $7,000, I think it was. But the state came back and said that's not an allowable expense.
But it is on the federal level, the same money. Go figure that, Senator. So,
I'm
you're good?
fine, thank you.
Councilor Walker?
Yeah, I would like to comment, I guess, on the one polling place. First of all, none of us can sit here and say that there's only going to be 1,000 or 10,000 or whatever. We know we've got 3,500 voters roughly in each ward. Now, if they all come out and nobody knows if they will or won't, that's a lot more than what Sue just said that came to vote in 2016. Second, New Auburn has probably the most of the elderly, older, and whatever, and them are the people I've heard from the most saying, we don't want to drive that far, number one. Number two, we cannot stand in a line if it's cold out, freezing out, or whatever it might be, just like they couldn't stand in a line right now in this kind of temperature. And he might put 100 in a line going in. There still might be at 4, 4:30, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, there may be 1,000 people standing in each one of the lines. That means 900 people are outside freezing their butts off.
Well,
and where are they going to stand if you've got all these cars there at the same time? Because you don't have enough room up there for 2,000 cars to show up there between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock or 7. You just don't have the room for it all. You don't have the ushers to make sure that everyone's doing their thing. And what happens when you piss off somebody that's a Republican and a Democrat don't like you standing there in that line to go vote? And you've seen this all over the country right now. People are crazy. They're going to hell. And I don't know where they're going to end up after that, if there's any such place. But we have to take care of the elderly people that do not want to travel all the way across the city of Auburn to go vote somewhere that they don't choose to vote, never have had to vote, and we should be worried about our voters making sure they get to the polls. And if they don't want to go to the Norway voting place, that should be their option. So we need to find a place in New Auburn for someone, in the middle of Auburn for someone, and in the northern part for somebody. Now, how you're going to do that, I'm not sure. But you've taken about almost an hour's time here trying to convince everybody that we got to go to Norway because of your pretty picture and the parking lot and 100 people
First
can
of all,
stand in
don't
line.
look at me. I'm trying to help facilitate a conversation.
I don't think we need you to facilitate anything any longer. We've listened to it over and over and over.
How many people are going to vote per hour, Councilor Walker?
What?
Have you done the math to see what the average, or excuse me, the above average voter turnout's going to be on a per hour basis at Norway Savings Bank?
From 4 to 6, I bet you don't know it.
Actually, 541 people per hour, 135 people per 15-minute increment for all 5 wards combined.
No, you're not right. You're not right.
But this is what you have. See, if you want to throw out numbers, everybody should be able to throw out numbers. And if you don't have anything to back it up, then whose numbers are right? So that's the argument here, and that's, I think, what I'm trying to help you all understand. Now listen, I voted from the middle of a desert once. I voted from the middle of the woods once, okay? It was damn hard. And I know a lot of people, a few past generations, have given their all for their right for us to vote. It's almost a little insulting, personally, just me personally, to sit here and say, oh, it's too hard to vote when you have options to vote. I can understand that, but man, there's a lot of people out there that have sacrificed a lot for that right to vote. It almost seems fitting that maybe we walk an extra block or come to vote 4 days prior to voting day at City Hall with the bus. That's almost, in my opinion, that's almost fitting. It's almost fitting because it almost shows a little bit of that understanding of what other people have done for that right to vote, or almost fitting to recognize all those people who immigrated here just recently from war-torn countries, New Mainers, and what they're doing and what they would do, how many of their family died for the right to vote. And we're looking at practical issues, we're looking at flow, and it's truly a first world problem, I guess, if you had to go down. There's a lot of people who would be dying for the right to vote, let alone having 5 polling locations in a city of 23,000.
This city has had 5 polling places for as long as you've been born.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with having 5 polling places. There are councilors here that agree that 5 should be still the number. There are some that say 3 is okay. I don't think there's enough here that will give you the 1 polling place.
So let's open this up to amendments. Who wants to make an amendment to the motion right now and label the voting places, because we have a deadline?
Can we do a little more discussion?
Sure.
Thank you. I think we're all talking about having to think outside the box, and Senator Claxton mentioned this. So yes, there's the voting places, but we also need to make sure that whatever changes happen, there is a really well-oiled machine to let people know exactly what's going on. And have we thought about that part as well? To make sure that whether it's something mailed to every single person, to tell them exactly what's going on, to make sure they understand, that's got to be a piece of this if we're changing anything. And I don't know if there's a plan and how that gets paid for and who does it. But if we change things, and I think Councilor Walker is right, there's some people who have voted the same place their entire lives, and we need to make sure, we say in public health, make the right choice, the easy choice, and if we make it even the least bit hard, we're going to be not fulfilling our responsibility.
Hard?
No, I think it's hard. I think it's hard. I talk to the people in my ward, and right across the street is this housing community, and those people, many of them don't drive, don't have access, and they can walk right across the street and vote, and I know it's meaningful for them.
Last election, they actually did a high propensity of absentee ballots in that district. They didn't walk across to Washburn. So let's look at the data on each point. But Councilor Milks?
Is there laws regulating, are we dealing with voter laws and laws about the election that we have to have this decided by? As I understand, we have to have it decided within 90 days of the election? Is that correct?
In order to consolidate, a public hearing has to be held at least 90 days before the election. I did reach out to the Deputy Secretary of State and said, if we agree to consolidate to a specific number, do we have to have the exact location? And she said that the council could vote subject to, on 1 or more options, subject to availability and adequate setup, which will allow social distancing and all of that, so.
So could we conceivably, if we can't come up to an agreement tonight, do we have options that could we, at the next meeting, vote on and have it be legal?
Based on my understanding, if you were to vote tonight on a certain number of polling places.
That's correct. Certain number of polling places, not necessarily identifying the actual location.
With the cutoffs today, right?
The public hearing requirement is in 2 days.
Gotcha.
So,
Councilor Carey?
So do we still go to resident homes to, I'm sorry, I'm talking away from the thing again. Do we still go to resident homes to get the people to vote from those homes?
Licensed nursing homes, they have to be, I think it's a level 4 with 6 or more beds. But the last election, we did not go to the nursing homes. They're not even allowing us in. So we delivered applications to the nursing homes. They had the residents fill them out. We had to pick them up. We got their ballots ready, delivered them again. When they were ready, we picked them up and then processed them.
Okay.
Could I share something else too, just in regards to overflow? Sorry, Councilor Lozano. Just to overflow, we also, I mean, we're shutting down the whole building. If we can, if we get specific over 100 people in line, we also have Rink 1 in access to use as well for lines for overflow from that piece as well. Speaking to the numbers that Councilor Walker mentioned, it would be a challenge anywhere to handle those types of numbers. But from an overflow standpoint, we also have 22,000 square feet on Rink 1 to use in line, so no one would have to stand outside past whatever we figure out from a social distancing standpoint on Rink 1 as well. And plus, we also have the bleachers in rink 1 that hold up to about 700 people as well. So I think we have space in order to, if we come up with a number, if we need to make sure we if we think 300 is the number of a max overflow, we could come up with a formula to try to figure out how we would do that by utilizing rink 1 or even the mezzanine at the same time. We got to remember we get that whole facility to use for that specific day. Those numbers that I shared was just on rink 2, not the whole building. So we could come up with a strategy of how we would accommodate some additional numbers past that 100 on rink 2.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when we're talking about Norway savings, Mark would rather not have it there, just so we're clear. Mark's working with us to see how this could work, because it does impact those who use the rink. But what we're looking at this strictly through operational lens. At the end of the day, the council, you have to look at all those other components. We're just looking at it through operational. Right. So as we look at what we currently have for facilities, what's currently available, what's meeting the definition of the state regarding parking, accessibility, that's really what we focused on. So we're not, at the end of the day, if the council says we're going to use these 3 different locations, 2 locations, we'll work within that. Operationally, as far as staffing and being able to operate within these facilities, this is what we're recommending.
Councilor Lasagna and Councilor Boss.
Thank you. Just, so, Sue, are the 2 issues lack of poll workers and that it's in the schools? What do you see as the 2 most pressing issues for changing the process?
Exactly, both of those. In normal circumstances, I struggle to line up a sufficient number of qualified election workers. So with this, it's extremely challenging. And we definitely, feel that we should get out of the schools.
So I agree that one of the things is I've heard from 2 different organizations that they could provide poll workers, and I don't know what the requirements are. The League of Women Voters is one of them, that they would make sure that they could supply poll workers. So that's thinking outside the box a little bit about this. And in the schools, we need to get out of there. Could they close for that day? I'm not asking you to answer that question. Schools are doing remote learning already, so that we don't have to be concerned just to get through this election cycle. Just some comments.
Fortunately, timing's consideration. The school hasn't, they vote on that on Wednesday, maybe. So there's still going to be kids in school. Parking, and biggest complaint has been parking and driving in conflict at schools with voters at the exact same time. So that's a challenge. But yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Boss and Councilor Milks.
Thank you. I had a similar question, but also wanted to know, for the Norway Saving Bank scenario where there's 1 polling location, how many poll workers are required for that scenario to work? Because I've heard that there's 7 staff from Norway, and I'm sure we'll have individuals from your staff as well, but how many poll workers are needed for that scenario?
Probably approximately 40 full-time.
And how many would be needed if we had 3 polling locations?
3 polling locations, it would probably be, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 4, 8, 12, 13, I would say probably about the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you already have a number of poll workers who are confirmed for November?
I do not.
Okay, and have we or have we not started outreach for new people?
It's on our website. I'm always looking for new people.
Okay, great.
And I did get a few new applicants, but I still don't think it will be a sufficient number to man 5 polling places.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So same poll workers. That's good on 1 versus 3. Any other questions? If not, I'm sorry, Councilor Milks, you're next. And then Councilor Gary. I forgot.
With respect for Councilor Walker and what everybody has been talking about, this is not a normal situation. Hopefully we can go back to next year or the next election back to the way it's always been. But they're saying we can't use the schools. Optimally, I would say let's just keep the same exact, do it the same way as we've always done it. And use the schools and everything else. That's what my preference would be. But, you know, if you close the school for the day, now you're impeding other people to, now somebody has to stay home with their kid and they can't go to the polls. You know, there's going to be challenges to whatever we choose to do here. And I just think we can't just either hold on to the way we've always done it or just be fighting about 1, 2, or 3. I think we got to make a decision and go with it, and then really communicate and really make an effort to get everybody that needs to vote. Let's reach out and let's do everything we can to get them to City Hall early and do early voting and take advantage of some of the things that are out there. But I respect everybody's opinion on it. That's just, but it's a strange, it's just weird
Let me ask you this, hypothetical, and someone, if they wanted to make a motion on this, would someone like to make a motion to amend the order with the caveat saying that, you know, the city's responsibility on acceptance of the order would be to allocate $2,500 for notification, i.e. what you were talking about, Councilor Lasagna, notification of new polling places, expanded time, voter outreach for absentee ballots, i.e. expanding what the clerk's office does to more locations throughout the city, designated, you know, application pickup times, and so forth. Is there something like that, a modification?
May I ask a point of information question?
Yes.
If we, and I'm not saying I advocated for it, if we use No Waste Savings Arena, are you going to turn up the heat?
Yes.
It's going to be warm, because that's the other complaint that I've had, is the place is cold as ice and they're not coming near there.
Well, we're actually going to rent a unit to heat the facility like we do for any other event that we do in there. We have a great company that we work with, like the RV show. You know, we change the temperature in there for the RV show, and we'll do the same thing for the polling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who told you, or do you really know? Did the school department tell us that we couldn't use the schools?
No, not that I know of. No, they did not.
No, the question is that all spaces that they normally would be using, they're using for other schooling. So some of the larger gym areas that we would normally use for voting are going to be used for, because they've got to spread out their classrooms. So that's part of the challenge. So I think, like the mayor said, if this has happened, if we're going to be looking at schools, I think we need to have a conversation with the superintendent to talk about what exactly is available within that facility, because my guess is those normal spaces won't be available. And so it may be a cancellation of school that day. I'm not sure what they'd be able to do.
Just from our standpoint, we've been talking about exactly that. The schools are going to be using every bit of space that they possibly can. We'll be using libraries, we'll be using lunchrooms, we'll be using the gymnasium if they have them, to be able to spread the kids out, to be able to utilize the space. And if we are thinking about keeping those locations, you definitely need to get with us, because that's a discussion that we're going to be having on Wednesday night.
How many days are they going to go to school come November? 1, 2, 3, 4?
Depends on the model that we go back at. Right now, there are 3 models. You have going back full school, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. You have a hybrid model that you use cohorts, where you do Monday, Tuesday, and another group uses Thursday, Friday. And then you have remote learning. So there's a possibility of 3 different, plus we're also getting, on Wednesday, we'll be getting public input from the surveys that have been put out, so that we'll be able to, put all that information together.
Councilor Walker?
Crazy.
I respect that the people in your ward that you're talking about, could there be extra outreach to get them to do early voting, to come to Auburn Hall, which is closer to...
Or go to them?
...the folks in your community than some of these other places? A special outreach and push and transportation?
Well, I'm sure that that a lot of that can be done, but I'm still, I don't think they will. I think a lot of them are set in their own ways, and yeah, you're right. Oh, it's too bad that they've got to do this, or they should do this, because, you know, I did something in my days that was more strenuous than what they're gonna do. But they have their right to think. Norway's too far away. They've always voted in the New Auburn area, and that's where they want to vote. So, you know, I got all kinds of calls, and I got all kinds of texts, you know, from people, their emails, that they are just upset, too far, number one, to go. They don't ever go there. They don't want to go there. They go as far as Spring Street to do their shopping. They don't go to the Walmart to do their shopping. So, you know, they got all kinds of excuses, just like if I didn't want to go there, I'd have excuses too, but.
Well, and you're a real leader in that community, so perhaps with a lot of education and meetings at Rollies and things, because you've got a real sort of...
Well, we have a lot of connections, but there's a heck of a lot of people that don't come out too, you know, so... Again, I think, first of all, it's too short a time to be telling people that we're going to be doing this. This should have been thought out a long time ago. We have said we wanted to get out of the schools now for 10 years. We're going to get out of the schools. We're going to get out of the schools. Here we are now. We're being forced into a corner. We don't really know if we have to get out of the schools, but we want to go to one polling place. I'm against one polling place as a counselor. So if I lose that vote, then I lose the vote. But I think if we're going to do right by our people, we should have more than 2 polls. We should have 3.
Okay, so let me, I'm gonna bring out 3 hypotheticals, okay? Here they are. No favoritism, not in any order. We take a vote on the order as it stands right now. Norway Savings Bank, option 1. Option 1, 2, someone amends the order so that we vote in 2 voting locations. It would be Norway Savings Bank and Auburn Hall. Ward split would be, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. 1, 2, 3 Norway, 4, 5 here. Option 3 is 3 locations. Senior Center, wards 1 and 2. Auburn Hall, wards 3 and 4. Boys, Girls Club, ward 5. You have on the list, produced by staff, the pros and cons of each one of those 4 unique locations to look at. Those are really the 2, and if you look at the narrow down of the choices that we all have, if you want to do 1, it's Norway. If you want to do 2, it's Norway and Auburn Hall. If you want to do 3, it's Senior Center, Auburn Hall, and Boys and Girls Club. It doesn't make practical sense to use Norway Savings Bank for only 1 or 2 wards. It'd be just it wouldn't make sense with the amount of space that's there and the cost of heating and so forth. But those are the 3 choices that I can see. Is there anything right now, this is still in debate mode, is there anything that someone thinks is wrong with one of those 3 choices, i.e. location, ward count?
Parking at the Boys and Girls Club.
So, yep, okay, parking, but, okay, yeah. So but is there anything that, is there another alternate location to substitute Boys and Girls Club? Let me just rephrase the question.
What I would suggest, you know, if we're not going to use Norway for the 5, you know, even using it for 3, I don't think, you know, we should be operating as normally over there. So maybe change out Norway, input East Auburn Baptist Church. There's a large space over there, and it's right near Norway.
You know, yeah, and I thank you for that suggestion too. But I would also caution the council on using any type of non-municipal owned facility. But I see your point. Your point's very well taken. Yeah.
Question. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Is there any chance if we can't use the senior center, we do the Ingersoll turf? Or is there a question of liability because of the turf?
So we would, we think that the senior center is the best option. We talked about Ingersoll, we talked about the turf, we talked about, we don't know what the weather will be like. Senior center seems to be the best option for it. And we talked about Hasty too. Just flow for Hasty is challenging because you'd have to walk to the back really, so it's handicap accessible, which would be difficult. Although you're still walking to the senior center, but just a flow, because we really want to try to bring people in one door and out the other, and you can't do that at Hasty.
Would the senior center be more palatable to the folks that you know of, Counselor Walker, just because it's a familiar space to them?
It's a toss-up. Either one down there, Hasty or that one's a toss-up, because if you're gonna use the back doors, the Hasty's the better one to use the back door because your parking lot's much closer, but it's still a toss-up either way with either building.
And just in that scenario, we're looking at three location, that's the thirdly location. You're looking at 2 wards at the senior center or Hasty. But let's go with the senior center. You're looking at 2 wards, that's 7,000 total voters at a 73% turnout rate. You're looking at right around 6,000 voters turning out. Okay, 6,000 voters over a 12-hour period. If all spread out consistently, you're looking at 500 voters per hour or 125 voters in every 15-minute block. If you look at traffic, you are going to have, I would say, overlap. You're going to have 150 to 250 cars in that parking lot at any given time. Max concurrent capacity, there'll be 300 cars in that parking lot. That's probably between 12 and 1 and between 5 and 7.
Can they accommodate that?
That's just, I'm throwing that out there numbers. I don't know if they can or not. I know queues and lines. I know that well, but I don't know the parking.
That would be a challenge. That would be a challenge at the, down at Ingersoll and Hasty, and having that amount of cars down there would be a significant challenge.
Councilor Milks?
We also are going to consider families. It's not just seniors or those that are disabled. It's families with young kids or small kids, because they don't want to tote them from place to place to place and go long distances. A lot of families with young kids, they don't all come early in the day. They come right after school, right after they've had dinner. I mean, how many times have Council Walker and I have been standing at the polls when 2 or 3 women come in at a time, systematically, or a couple husband and wife with their kids. It's got to be the same thing at other polling places too, where families have kids in tow. So it's not just the seniors, it's families, it's everybody in general that we're trying to be mindful of.
Councilor Milks?
If we can't use the schools, I see no perfect way. I look at the list, every item, every location on this list has a problem except for the Norway Center as far as logistics. I think the Norway Center could handle 5 wards. So if we're in the twilight zone already with this virus. If we can't use the schools, I am in favor of all at one place.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to call a recess. Oh, Councilor, you haven't spoken. Councilor.
No, if you're going to call a recess, I'll.
Are you sure? That. No, please. If you have to say something, say.
No, I was going to work to amend the resolution, work to amend the order. But if you want to take a recess first, I'm happy to wait.
Very good. Thank you. I'd like to just call a 5-minute recess during this debate. Stretch your legs. Please do not talk about this topic amongst yourselves. Talk about it in your head. It's less. It's better. Thank you. We're out of recess. Welcome back. Okay, now I'm sure everybody had just a moment to think. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to point out and clarify, before we talked about several scenarios for amendments to be made to the current order, I'd like to basically reaffirm those, except with this. Let's not label or list or name the potential polling places. Let's go with one. The order as stands would be Norway Savings Bank, that's one. We know for a fact there's no other place that can handle all 5. I think we're all in agreement there. Amending this to add 2 and striking 2 polling places and striking Norway Savings Bank. Not to say Norway Savings Bank won't be a choice or a recommendation from staff, because it very well could be. The third, or the second amendment that could be made, thank you, it would be for 3 polling places yet to be determined against striking Norway Savings Bank. I'd like to ask, before I ask for a motion on the floor on these, I'd like to just ask Phil. Phil, what is the time frame for staff to choose with this ambiguity built in to the amended orders potentially, and get back to council?
I think it's important, critical for the community to know where as soon as possible, so we would bring it back on the 17th.
Is there a need for a special meeting earlier than that? And I didn't say need. The need, it is there. The need is there. Is the potential with regards to organizational and staff send, would that make it all right to have a special meeting?
From us turning around, I don't think there's much of a difference if you were to have it, next week or just waiting till Monday. I think we could wait till the 17th.
Think we can wait till the 17th?
I believe so, unless anyone here feels that that information is more critical to get out sooner than the 17th. But I think that's a pretty decent turnaround for us to be able to really go through and try to break out capacity, take a look at previous data for how many at each polling location, and really try to identify some of these other locations. Like we did the Boys and Girls Club because we wanted to see how many parking spaces, but we'd have to do that for some surrounding areas as well.
So let's do this. Obviously, we'll leave it as it would be an August 17th?
Mm-hmm.
Next meeting? Yes, 17th meeting agenda item. When you go out and start talking to your constituents about this, getting some feedback, we have a protocol for counselors to call a special meeting, which you can do. And we won't get any opposition from the mayor or the city manager on this as well. Okay, but if it's absolutely needed, then we can. If it's not, we can wait till the 17th. So with that said, are there any amendments to the motion on the floor at this time? Councilor McLeod.
I would like to make a motion to amend the order to strike Norway Savings Bank and replace it with 3 polling locations to be determined.
Second.
A motion on the floor to amend the order, striking Norway Savings Bank as location, and amending the number of polling places to 3 by Councilor McLeod, seconded by Councilor Walker. Any debate?
I would just like to say that I think it's a good idea that we've finally gotten the polling locations out of schools and that we are starting to really take care of the absentee voting and the education side of that to help, get more people to come out and vote. And having a drop box, frees up our city staff to not having to go all the way in, and see you directly, and it does help a lot. So all these tiny steps have slowly accumulated to, unfortunately, going from 5 down to hopefully 3 is fewer, but we've also added other smaller incremental steps to make it easier for people to vote while our transit lines don't reach all of the places yet, stuff like that. We're getting there. We're getting closer.
And Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned $2,500 for marketing. I don't know where that came from, but I do want to...
I just made that up completely.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I do want to reiterate that that's going to be a very important piece of this. And it's not just incumbent on Sue and her office to do that. It needs to be a much larger effort.
I think we could make a friendly reminder to the city staff to, along when they're presenting the polling places, to present a corresponding marketing plan that could help inform people of those new polling places.
Councilor Lasagna, we did talk about that. We noticed that's, no matter any change, right? It's an important piece about the education piece of it. It was something as a group that we discussed. So yes, we'll be sure, no matter which polling place, that conversation is important to have.
Great, thank you.
So I have a motion on the floor at this time. Do I have any more comment? Councilor Walker?
Yeah, I want a clarification from Sue. Sue, we used churches in the past for years. Is there something wrong with using churches in the future?
In my opinion, no, but there are some strong opinions about that, church and state.
Yeah, but the state itself doesn't say we can or can't.
Nope, no.
Thank you.
Is there enough parking at 6th Street Congregation?
No, I was thinking the other one.
No, it's got to, yeah, there's not enough there.
Okay, so, is there any other debate points? Councilor Carrier?
That's my only concern at this point, is because we're giving up 2 locations with adequate parking and going to possibly 3 that we have no clear idea of how much parking that there is. And that will be a deterrent, because if somebody comes to a parking lot and it's full, chances are they're going to bypass it. I'll just skip voting, as opposed to having 3 locations with adequate parking.
It might not exist.
Which may not exist. I mean, judging from what we're seeing on the list, parking is a concern at several of these.
Yeah.
And
The only other one is East Auburn has
East
enough
Auburn
parking.
has adequate parking. Norway Savings has adequate. The city has adequate. But the other ones, I'm not seeing it. I mean,
Well, that'll be considered so that on the 17th, we'll know exactly those details.
But when we pick 3 tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 3.
No, I know,
It won't
but
be
I'm.
2. It
but
can't
I-
be 1, right?
No.
It
but
has
I'm-
to be 3.
But I'm saying you'll have time to look into the 3 that you decide to present.
But
will
if,
have
but if
adequate
there's
parking.
no 3, if we don't have 3 with adequate parking, you have to have 3. So that, I mean, that is, I think, Brian, if I could, or Councilor Carrier, if I could reiterate, there very well could be, and I'm not arguing for or anything right now, but when you pick 3, it's 3. And if there is 2 that have adequate and 1 that doesn't, that's what's gonna happen.
There's
You
no
can't- you can't
changing
go-
it on the
No
17th.
changing it back, can't pull it back down to 2 with adequate for everyone. So that's on that side. So I think, did I clarify?
that hit it.
It was good for me to say it aloud too, because it's an interesting conundrum. Try to do good on one side, and then obviously the cause and effect here could be negative. Any more comment about this? Debate? None? I'm going to ask, we have a motion on the floor, forwarded by Councilor McLeod, seconded by Councilor Walker, to strike Norway Savings Bank Arena from a polling place and change 1 polling place to 3. I'd like to ask for a vote at this time. All those in favor? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. So the amendment stands. So we have an amended order. Is there any debate on the order? Now, as amended, any more comments on the amended order? Nothing? If not, I'm going to,
I cannot support it. I'm going to stick with 5.
any other comment? If not, I'm going to ask for a vote. Okay, very good. All those in favor of the order as amended by Councilor McLeod, please raise your hand. 4. Opposed?
Point of clarification on the vote. As amended by him, the 3 locations.
3 locations yet to be determined, but it'll be 3 locations. Okay, I'm sorry, could you raise your hand again? All those in favor of the amended order? 1, 2, 4. All opposed? 3. The order passes to 3 locations by a vote of 4-3. Okay, we're going to be moving along. Next, Order 91-08032020, approving the police command labor contract. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Councilor McLeod, second from Councilor Boss. Open this up to the public for comment. Anybody like to comment? No. Bring it back to the council debate. None being, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Next, we have Order 92-08032020, approving the police command labor contract. I will entertain a motion.
Moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, next one. They were very similar, though. Setting the date for the first council meeting in September, as Tuesday, September 8th.
Point of order number 3.
Yeah, we missed Public Works.
Yeah. Order 92.
Police command, labor contract, right?
And then Public Works.
And Public Works is after that.
Okay, sorry, but there was a typo. It said, police command unit twice.
Sorry.
That's okay. I thought I was going crazy. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going that crazy. So now we have order 92-08032020, approving the Public Works contract. I'll entertain a motion.
And
And a motion from Councilor Bilk, second from Councilor Walker. Public comment? Anybody? Mr. Woods? Nope. Mr. Wooden? Bring back to council debate? None being? Ask for a vote. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously, 7-0. Next, order 93-08032020, setting the date for the first council meeting in September as Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. I'll entertain a motion on that.
second.
Motion from Councilor Milk, second from Councilor Walker. Anybody from the public like to speak on this? No? We can bring it back to the council. Council, any debate?
Just a question. So we would meet on the 17th, and then the next meeting would be September 8th?
Which is Tuesday, day after Labor Day.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Good, now we're going to go on to reports. First of all, the mayor's report. Very minimal, the report,
Open
obviously.
session.
Sorry?
Isn't there an open session after that?
The last open session.
No, I got reports, then open session. We got a couple typos tonight?
Okay.
Open this up to public comment, open session. Is there anybody from the public, Mr. Wood, that would like to speak tonight? No? Okay, very good then. We'll bring it back. Thank you for that. I'm not sure why mine is,
Crib notes back there, like
say again?
annotated?
I don't know, but there's some elves over here that are trying to, it's like a Ron Jeremy
being
there,
tested.
Anchorman. I'll read anything that's in front of me. Mayor's report. I'm good to go. Mayor's report now? We're good? Thank you. There's not much to report. It is summer. But I will say that the mayor's ad hoc committee on appointments, boards, and committees met Thursday. Just orientation call, went through everything. Councilor Gary, Councilor Boss were both in on that. I think it went well. We understood some stuff. We discovered some stuff. We're still in the education phase. We're going to try to meet every single week at Thursdays in the morning to go over this so we can keep some momentum. Expect some recommendations probably by September, maybe October at the latest. Okay? That's my only report. And we'll go, councilors. I'm going to start off from the right this time. Councilor Boss.
I only have one update, which is from the Auburn Public Library. The director, Mamie Nye, wanted to share that there are a lot of new items that are coming in to borrow, so there's a lot of good things for people there. They just finished up their work with the rec department for the summer, which was that every Monday they've been going to read to kids during their snack break, thanks to support from the Fletcher Family Foundation, and that was a great program again this year. Having a book for, make sure that every kid in the program gets a new book to take home. That was what the foundation funded. So it was a great program that went really well. And also one last update from APL is that they're now staying open until 6 p.m. and continuing to do curbside pickup. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next, Councilor Walker.
Thank you. We had our United New Auburn Association meeting last week. Everything went very well. We didn't have a big turnout, but the people that came out enjoyed walking through the new Anniversary Park, seeing the new bell tower and everything. Actually, it even rang while we were all standing down there. Our assistant city manager came down to meet some of the people. I think everyone treated him fairly and enjoyed seeing him. Then I'm hoping to have the age-friendly meeting start back up the first Tuesday of September. I will call all the people involved to make sure that it is going to happen, but I'm leaning towards doing it, and I will notify Phil for sure if it's going to happen within the next 10 days. That's it.
Councilor Milks.
There's a task force has been put forward from the Auburn Water District to look at the bylaws for the protection of Lake Auburn. They haven't been updated in quite a while, and those are public meetings, so if anybody's interested in finding out how the task force has been put together to start the framework for the discussion. So that's going on.
Councilor Zanya?
The school building committee met last Tuesday. Things are moving along. I think it's about 3% over what their projected budget is, but now's where you begin to look at it. We won't have wood paneling here and sort of fine-tuning that. There still is the projected need for $3 to $5 million in fundraising, and we didn't get a report on that at this most recent meeting.
I think Councilor Carrier might have a report on that. There was action at the school committee meeting on that one.
Great.
But Councilor McLeod?
Just that this Thursday, we have a Great Falls TV meeting at 4 o'clock. That's it.
Councilor Carrier?
The airport board will be meeting hopefully this Thursday. We're waiting for the format that we'll be meeting in, whether it'll be a Zoom meeting or in person. A little bit of a space constraint out there and being properly spaced. The school committee, as been pointed out, will meet this Wednesday. There'll be several items discussed, the health and safety reentry feedback from the community, part of the superintendent's plan. There'll be an entry plan going back into the schools. There'll be a collaboration with daycares, looking at that to see if we can use some COVID funds for working with the daycares in the local area. We also had some privacy issues raised by both the teachers and students, and then we're looking to have those addressed. And of course, as Assistant Chief Fifield pointed out tonight, our designation now in the county and what that means for us. In our first business from last week, I had mentioned that we got a $2.9 million COVID fund from the state or from the federal government. The part of the funds that we're allowed to use were for increasing space. So at East Auburn School, we'll be spending roughly $145,000 of that $2.9 million to purchase a building, permanent portable building that'll be added out there that'll give us 2 additional classrooms and bathrooms in East Auburn for space that we needed out there. We also looked at reallocation of $90,000 to be able to finish the middle school remodel that we had to do that involves security at the front of the building. And finally, we spent a considerable chunk of the $2 million on the distance learning. We felt that that would be a good use of the money in our given circumstance. For folks that are not comfortable sending their kids back, we're looking at an audio-visual system where the children can still stay home, but they will attend class just like they normally will. Then we'll still have classes that are going on at the school. So we're looking at that, putting 300 classrooms together for that. Part of the information is that when the stuff at EL is finally going to be demolished, all that equipment will transfer out to the new building. So that when we get to the new building, that building will also be set up for virtual learning should the need ever arise again. And that's pretty much it.
Councilor Carrier, may I ask a couple questions?
Certainly.
One, you talked about daycares. Is that to relieve parents of, like, what would
It's
their
just going to be a
role
preliminary discussion that we're having and trying to look at local daycares and see how we might be able to work with them and if we're able to at all to use any of the COVID funds in relationship to that. But it'll be a first discussions coming up.
And finally, in terms of all the technology in the classroom, is that K through 12? So kindergarten classrooms will have the same technology?
All 300, yes, all 300 classrooms in the city will have it. And I forgot to mention that we'll also be purchasing 1,100 iPads so that the ratio for the students now will be 1-1. In our lower grades, they had been 1-2, in some cases 1-3 iPads per student, and now they'll be 1-1, and we'll have the opportunity. And I know it seems like a lot of money for that, but if you think about it, snow days could be a thing of the past.
I know, that's so sad.
Being able to call out sick, that could be aided by having the virtual classrooms. You'll be able to get your homework and you know what your homework is from there. So there's a lot of benefits to that. And so we thought that this would be a perfect time tied into our current situation to be able to utilize it.
Thanks for all your work on that.
Yeah, that's a pretty lofty I mean, theoretically, I mean, we could probably shave 3.5% overrun in the high school by just shaving 3.5% of the high school.
Brian, did you say that you were going to have another building at East Auburn?
They're going to put another building out there. There was a little confusion when we got it, when they went to Schiavi to look at the portable buildings. We were originally told $60,000. What we were looking at a renovation of the building out there currently, and they had given us a bid of $131,000 to do one classroom. And so we were looking at it, and we'd gotten with them originally, and they said it was $60,000, but that was for a used classroom. What we're going to be getting is a brand new one, a dual classroom with the bathrooms, for $126,000. And we included money because there had been buildings out there before. So what they're going to be doing is tying the new plumbing into that and setting a foundation for the new building.
Yeah, I was going to say a few years back, they had all that out there. If they would have kept it and kept it up, you wouldn't have to buy all this stuff now.
And that was one of the considerations when we looked at the building, because people look at it and say, oh, it's a portable building. Well, there's a 25-year life expectancy on this building that we're getting from Schiavi. So that's not really a portable building, and it'll be out there possibly for the life of the school.
Brian, have there been any statistics on the engagement percentages in distance learning over the end of school? Like, do they have any hard numbers on?
Not hard and fast numbers. Our major concern from the school committee was the fact that we needed to know how many people don't have access to the internet, are not able to distance learn, were not engaged. And we were originally given a number that there was upwards of 14% of the kids that don't have internet. We purchased through the state mobile hotspots for the kids. Part of the engagement that we were looking at this, talking with the community, was to find out how many people were still having issues. We had utilized buses with mobile hotspots before, and we're looking to see who still doesn't have the capability. And there will also be tech outreach, both to the parents and the community, to make sure that they have an understanding of how that works and the platforms that they're going to be utilizing, as well as we'll have to have some tech consultations with the staff, because yes, we'll be using Google Classroom or maybe Zoom, deciding on what platform they're going to be working with. But, just making sure that everybody's comfortable with it and are able to utilize the facilities to its utmost.
Can you speak to the fundraising part of the school?
Well, part of the issue is that in the past administration that, there had been some agreement that it was who would be doing the fundraising. And when we went forward looking at the new superintendent, while she has overseen new schools being built, that was not in her wheelhouse per se. As a matter of fact, there was some consideration that she not be involved with the fundraising for some reasons. So we're going to go back and revisit that because, in all honesty, there's been very little money raised at all, and that is a concern to all of us because of the promises or consideration was given at $3 to $5 million that we would come up with for the building. And we're really needing to look at to see what we need to do to get that fundraising started, and maybe who we need to do it. And so that'll be a discussion.
Let me propose this. You all have, the school committee has a lot on their plates right now, and we do to a point. But get through this school reentry program. Let's get through the next month or so of school. And maybe Councilor Lasagna, if you can coordinate with the building committee, once they value engineer this down to good firm numbers, we might want to have a joint workshop with the school committee, discuss fundraising needs and how we can work together as a team.
Well, and that was brought up. That's one of the things we were going to discuss, is because there had been talk before with us in regards to working with the school and possibly looking for maybe a person that could assist in that, or hiring somebody that was able to do it and make it worthwhile for both the city and the school committee. but it's going to be a topic that we discuss this Wednesday.
Let's look at final value engineer for high school, then get through reentry, and then we can come back and meet. Okay, fair enough, everybody? I don't know, this isn't a workshop, but, Counselor?
Question for Brian. I don't think there was a promise that they were going to raise that money. I think it was a deal that we had kind of made with them. If we gave them a certain amount of money, they were going to do this, or we gave them the okay to do something on their fields, that they were going to do this. So it wasn't just maybe or something out of a hat.
Right,
There
and
was
that's,
a deal set on paper here.
and that was I attended the building committee last week, and that was one of the considerations that the Harriman Associates had brought up, that there's now a priority list in regards to the funding and what's able to be raised, and items are being placed on that list as far as, do we have the money for this? Do we have the money for this? Do we have the money with this? And that will be a consideration, is do we have local funding that reaches the $3 to $5 million level? And if we don't, then there will be a set list of items prioritized that, correct me if I'm wrong, that we'll start going into to make up for that loss of funding.
I do want to reiterate, and you wouldn't have been there on these discussions originally, it was to reduce the cost of the taxpayers, not for stuff.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
don't want that to get lost.
We have to accomplish this pretty quickly. So let's, I'll have a side meeting with the city manager, and I'll get the chair of the school committee, and I think the superintendent, because I think there's some deliverable deadlines from Harriman's on when things need to be finalized before. Does that all make sense? I think we'll probably, let's on the backside, try to find that timeline out so we can get together with it.
One more question for Councilor Carrier, and I appreciate you answering all these questions about the school committee right now for everybody. Has the department done any kind of assessment on the proposed, or assessment of the number of students who are not going to be coming back, who have either already communicated with the department that their children are not able to be in person, and how is that impacting planning? So do we need to purchase a new building to have extra space if we know in advance that we're going to have a certain percentage of kids not coming back?
We don't know the exact number right now. There's only, to my knowledge, there was very few parents that have communicated with the school department at this point, as far as whether their kids will be coming back. You know, we see a lot of stuff, of course, on social media going, oh, I won't send my child back, but nothing that's been communicated to the department in regards to that. And now we are taking that into consideration, because as we've been keeping abreast of what the county assessment has been, and whether or not it's a 3-foot buffer or a 6-foot buffer, it makes a difference as to how we'll approach the reentry program, because it is a limited amount of space. I mean, we are utilizing lunchrooms, libraries, any space that we can get our hands on. And there was part of the $2.9 million that we received in the first assessment that will be money that is left over. And that was one of the discussions that was brought up, is do we need to purchase more buildings to make up for that space? And as it sits right now, we don't see the need right now, but I'm sure we don't have all the numbers that we need to be looking at. If we open up the schools and all of a sudden everybody comes back, then I'm sure that we'll have to reevaluate what we need for space. And then it'll make a difference on how the disease progresses, and whether or not we have any second waves or any outbreaks, because one of the considerations that we have to take, and I don't want to make this sound callous, but is not so much only the students that we have to be considerate of, but we don't have teachers. It's not like we can just run out and hire a lot of new teachers. So if there's an issue where a teacher becomes ill, well, now we have 20 students that we didn't have before that have no teacher. And we will be making utilization of all the staff in regards to the teachers and the ed techs and the interventionists and the coaching staff to make this work. So that's a very fine line that we'll be walking.
I would encourage the school committee to do that outreach, or the department to do that outreach, to ask families, to say, do you know today what your plan is, because there are people who have health issues that will not change, or they have other barriers to their student going back to school. So I think if you have that data, that can be really helpful to planning.
Well, that was part of the outreach that we had for the survey that we put out to the folks to try to get some feedback as to what the.
But it didn't ask that question. It said, what's your comfort level, which is very different.
Well,
I might feel very uncomfortable, but I'm going to send my kid.
Yeah.
So I think that there's some, I think it needs to be a direct ask of families.
Very good, good. Good, longest report we've had in a good year, but I think it's important to do it. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the good mayor had mentioned, our committee on committees met last week, and I was tasked with an assignment, which I have to admit, I barely started, with it being a day before the weekend and then trying to catch people on the weekend. But I'm going to keep plugging at it, but it isn't going to be all done by Thursday.
Failure is not an option, so we will all have our homework and we will do it. So that's a great thing about government. We get paid to do work. I got faith in you. I'll help you if you need it. Anything else? No? I'm sorry, City Manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I sent an email out at the end of last week regarding an update to report back on Councilor Gary's question regarding the community gardens. I wanted to make sure publicly we made that known to those who might be tuning in. I think that regarding the actual households gardening, there are 17 households are gardening at Newbury Street Garden, 13 returning and 4 new. Last year there were 20. At the Webster Street Garden, there were 12 households that are gardening, 9 returning, 3 new. Any plot not registered to a household are now tended by a garden staff. Those proceeds then go back as part of their programming of providing that out into the community. And the other piece was that the planning to proceed with the infrastructure installation this fall for the 3rd community garden on Whitney Street is still planned. Water installation and soil are in place already for that location, so that's underway. Also provided you with a timeline, because I know some of you may not know when did our partnership start, so that timeline was also available for you. I've asked Sue to include that into the minutes to this packet, so that way the community would have that available. The second item was regarding public meetings. We pushed out some information today to the planning board regarding public meetings. I think they will be coming in September. We're ready to go now. I think for them, there wasn't any real public items, comments that we really thought would bring out a lot of people. So they opted to go with a September meeting. So that will be happening. We'll push out to our other boards and committees regarding space, location, making sure that we're providing that. We'll coordinate on scheduling. We need to get in touch with them. We'll be sending something out to all the chairs just to get that information out to them and to get some good protocol in place. Brian was going to try to find a slideshow that's on the desktop, I believe. So if this Brian's not able to find it, the other Brian might be able to from out back. Yeah, it should be the election one, maybe. Yeah, that's the one. So I just want to provide you with the elections communications plan that we're working on. One is what we want to promote, and this is for you to be able to provide some feedback as well. I did take them notes on some things that were mentioned already today. But one is what's my ward? I think that's an important piece, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're able to, what we're going to do regarding that for what's my ward, where to vote. That's based on some of our discussions here today, making sure we communicate that, how and when to register, how to vote absentee in person, and then when to vote. Go to the next one there, Brian. Types of promotion, we're focusing on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, website, our Alert Me, media releases. One thing that we'll add is regarding whether or not what type of mailing we should do for each ward, and we'll take a look at that and make sure that we're also utilizing that and how we can continue all our messaging that's going out, how we can make sure that that's really at the forefront of all our messaging that's going out. So they might be getting message on something else, but they're also getting it's a tagline on there regarding voting, and other information will be available. We already talked about the 90 days before election. That was today, what we were able to do. 30 days before election, absentee ballots are available around October 5th. Pending is the waiting for the delivery for the drop box location, but we are looking at that here at Auburn Hall as a location. As Councilor Carey has said, this isn't something you can put along the roadside. There's certain requirements regarding that for fixed objects on roadsides. So we are looking at parking lots and which ones are available to us, what we can have access to. Go to the next one there, Brian. I think, so our promotion timeline is just ongoing. How do we register to vote, and when and where? Once polling places are established, we're going to do a ward finder. So we're working with Rosemary to create this search tool to help residents be able to identify what ward they live in, something that's easy and able to access and help promote that. That's just some sample postings of whether it's Facebook, social, Twitter, Instagram, however we're pushing that out, the city's website. That'll probably stay consistent on the city's website once we have all the information in place. So we're there again, every time you come to the city's website, the first thing you'll be seeing regarding the election 2020. So that will stay on the front page, and that'll be the first thing that people see, just so that we can continue pushing that information. And I think, Brian, I think that's it. So that's what we have so far, but we're looking for more feedback.
So one of the things that I know a town did is they actually had yard signs saying, "You are in Ward," and put them around the edges of the ward, because I think some people may not have access to it, and if they pass by it every day, and it can even say, "You were in Ward 1, vote November 3rd," or, anyway.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay. All set? Thank you.
All set.
Okay, very good then. At this point, I'd like to talk about an executive session regarding a legal matter pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion, Councilor Milk, second from Councilor Carrier. All those in favor? Okay. We now stand in executive session by a vote of 7-0.